believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim. Welcome. Yes, we are here, and we're taking on the big subjects of the news every day. Conspiracy Monday is unique in that it is an opportunity for us to take liberties, talk about the false flags that are happening around the country, how we're being led to believe that these terrorist acts are all happening when more and more likely people are probably not dying. There's no evidence of any deaths openly in most of these cases. The problem is there's been an overwhelming coverage by the media that seems to make it seem like it's happening without very many facts or photographs or anything. And that's a big problem. The American people can't verify anything. So I've come up with an idea that we think will fix this and remedy this, called media verification. And we're considering creating a few videos. I'm thinking of starting a few lines of videos for the Media Verification Alliance, and we'll be developing that as we go along. Today we found out that a second woman accuses Joe Biden of unwanted touching. Yeah, apparently another woman felt weird. That's not enough to kick Joe Biden out of the race. But the Democrats are starting to feel like this is a problem. And because the Democrats don't like problems, and they always want to look good, even though they clearly aren't solving homelessness, pesticides in our environment, GMOs in our food, chemtrails in our sky, the Democrats just want to look good. So here comes Joe Biden, who's never really been the classic, normal person running for office. But now they're starting to kind of think that, this is bad for their party. I think Joe Biden is good for their party. And I really believe that even though there's the only damning thing that we've seen on Joe Biden is that he told a 13-year-old girl that he felt really horny around her. We have video of that, which hasn't reached the mainstream media either. the only really bad thing he's done is maybe put his hand on their head or kiss their head or something. I mean, that's really not enough. I will play that video. Yeah, if you want, I'll play that video right now, since we're talking about it. The hybrid capitalist theme, Victory, is all about getting a return on investment for the government without the government taking over industry like in socialist economies. Making the government run efficiently and getting a return on investment so it doesn't have to rely on your tax dollars to operate. That's one of the ideas that we have. And this hybrid capitalism concept involves the basic income plan, which we introduced as a baseline plus, where the baseline is covered by the U.S. government. We give you guys $500 a month. Isn't that a great idea? And we can finance this properly because it's within the scope of and the ability of our economy to handle that, but we couldn't possibly handle 1,000 without taking from some major department like the U.S. military. And I don't think they'd like that, but that's something we would have to discuss if we have to match Yang's offer. But so far, Yang's not an official candidate. So.
Not an official candidate?
Well, he's running, but he's not an official candidate for the Democrats.
Oh, really?
Well, I don't know. Maybe he's running the primary. Maybe he is in the primary. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to check. Well, if he is an official candidate, we'll have to match that number eventually. $1 is too much, or too little rather. 500 is just enough, I think. Okay, we've got a section here in our Conspiracy Monday where we talk about things like Joe Biden touching innocent people, and we've got a lot of video on him. But one in particular that Scissorfied is enhanced with audio boosts so that you can actually listen to him. Let's take a look at that.
Times when he gently rearranges a young girl's hair and whispers in her ear, then rearranges some more. There's the morning pervy here as he leans in for a kiss.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, come on, slide in here.
Thank you. Maggie, do you want to come over here?
So a second woman now is accused of unwanting touching. This is the media. Now, they haven't seen that clip on the mainstream media. That's the first time you ever saw it. It's the first time you probably saw it here. Yeah. And who is Ashley? His daughter, I guess. And talk about Ashley's daughter. Ashley, the daughter, must have a film. We want to know more about that. That's far more damning, I think, than anything we're seeing right now. Let's see what this woman said. The second woman has said that he touched her inappropriately. Amy Lapos told the Hartford Courant on Monday that Biden pulled her in to rub noses with her at the 2009 fundraiser in Greenwich, Connecticut. Like, that's a very intimate thing to rub noses. The Eskimos, do it. Are you a big nose person? You have a nose fetish? The Eskimos rub noses prior to lovemaking, but is it appropriate for a vice president to want to, rub noses with a woman he just met? No. That comes to the possibility that Joe Biden may just have a problem. He may be just creepy Joe. Yeah, we already know Donald Trump hasn't admitted to having had sex with Stormy Daniels or Karen McDougal. Talk about hypocrisy. Yet he paid Stormy Daniels $130,000 to be quiet, which is an FEC violation, which Michael Cohen got a felony for. And Karen McDougal was given $150,000 when he paid David Pecker, the CEO of National Enquirer, to pay Karen McDougal for a book and then sit on it. Kill the story. Catch and kill, they call it. So Donald Trump is we're looking at a race here between one perv and another. So let's not crucify Joe for what he did there, but let's talk about what he did with that girl, that 13-year-old girl. That's got to get to the mainstream. That's got to be seen in the court of public opinion. And that's the one that's going to really fry Biden's chances of winning. All right. It's not in the Trump's best interest to come out and say, my fellow Americans, it's all true. Well, doesn't that make him a liar? Yeah. Now, since he funneled money, not just 150 to David Pecker and 130 to Stormy Daniels to hush her up, but there was also a person that went up to Stormy Daniels and said, like a thug would do, "Hey, you better drop this Trump thing. Oh, what a pretty little daughter. She wouldn't want to lose her mother, would she?" Which is a death threat to Stormy Daniels when she was putting her 1-year-old daughter in the jump seat of her SUV. I'm pissed. And I'm sorry that Michael Avenatti represented her, because she didn't get the proper representation she deserved. Now, I'm not an attorney, but I can tell you, Michael Avenatti made a lot of mistakes in that case. He should never have gone after Stormy Daniels on the defamation charge, or gone after Donald Trump on the defamation charge. He should have went after that guy who harassed Stormy Daniels. That's called assault. And when you deal with an assault like that, that's a serious penalty against Donald Trump, because Michael Cohen authorized that assault. The money had to have come from Michael Cohen to do that, to threaten her. So where's the money there? Where's the pay for play there? And there's a lot of things in the total collusion package that we could talk about tonight, which definitely categorizes itself as a possible conspiracy theory. Yeah, I mean, I call it conspiracy fact, but we could definitely talk about total collusion tonight. Thank you. I'm not getting busted here at all. I mean, I'm doing great. We have a wonderful opportunity to talk about all kinds of things. And the false flag stories are just part of it. Okay, a lot of things in the news I got to cover. Here's the story about the second woman accused. Biden rather. Let's just play that for you.
Email staffers to Biden have rushed to his defense over the past day, including his former press secretary, Elizabeth Alexander. She wrote an op-ed for USA Today saying that Biden has always supported women and acted as a champion for women's rights.
Okay. All facts start with theories. That's my take. There was a terrible hit today, a terrible situation. It was yesterday, sorry. March 31st, a rapper by the name of Nipsey Hussle basically was about ready to tell the truth about what happened or what's going on in the healthcare industry. He said he was doing a documentary that would blow everybody's minds. He's now dead. Thousands have gathered to honor Nipsey Hussle at the shooting scene. There has been no lack of love for rapper Nipsey Hussle after being gunned down in LA on Sunday. Fans have been showing up in full force to pay their respects to the late rapper. Hussle was shot and killed outside his clothing company, the Marathon Clothing, in the Hyde Park neighborhood of LA. After news of his passing, thousands of fans swarmed the area. Here they are. Heavy duty. And you know what's really weird? If they don't engage in an investigation on this one, like they haven't in most of these cases, like Chris Cornell's death, if they don't engage in a real investigation, it's going to be a riots. We may look at Watts again. Seriously, with that kind of crowd, they've got the momentum to have a riot. Now, I'm not sure if these people are up to rioting, considering they're getting fluoridated heavily in the water supply in LA. And the chemtrails that fly over their head probably poisoning their ability to think, lithium for one. So rioting may be a thing of the past. We don't know. I don't know if the human species has been tested out for rioting based on the over-induction of human chemical altered substances entering our brain. But the conspiracy theory and fact is that these chemtrails are contributing to our dumbed down society. But with that kind of numbers, few beers, them not being investigated, not knowing who killed this person may lead to something pretty bad. Chemtrails are not something to joke about. Mourners set up makeshift memorials on the sidewalks flanking Slauson Avenue in the late hours of the morning, not far from where the shooting took place. Nipsey's body was seen being loaded in an ambulance and rushed to the hospital moments after the shooting. You can hear distraught fans in the background after realizing the severity of the situation. Check this out. People were really worried about him.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Are you serious? Oh my goodness.
Wow, this is compelling. You can feel the energy inside of the, with the voices of the people that are reacting to his terrible loss of life. It's just horrible. Now, this is another story that's generated here. These people wanted to work with him and make this documentary. Nick Cannon wants to finish Nipsey Hussle's Dr. Sebi documentary. On Sunday, Nipsey Hussle was shot and killed. But addressing Nipsey's tragic deal yesterday, Cannon hinted in his plans to pick up where Nip left off. He says, "I'm going to say this only for the real ones to recognize. Where you left off, we're going to carry on. We're going to carry one. It's a marathon, so I'm picking up the baton," Cannon wrote with a photo of himself and Hussle, "because they can kill us all. They can't kill us all. Spiritual warfare is real and in full effect, and now your spirit is protecting your community eternally. Your words, your steps, your walks always was and always will be solid. Now your message is my message. Your work is my work. I know you're still rocking with us, and your voice will never be silenced, because to be absent from the body is to be present with the Most High. So now that you are at peace, don't rest. Keep leading. Keep shining, King. Cosmic love, my brother." Wow. I'm pretty sensitive to this level of emotionality. You'll have to excuse me. I had to wear my glasses to protect you from seeing me well up here. I am definitely bummed by the loss of this man's life, even though I don't even know anything about him. Yeah. Or his documentary. So let's talk a bit about the documentary. Yeah, let me get you his picture. I mean, this is Nipsey Hussle. He kind of looks a little like, well, whatever. This is the man. He's remembered, everybody. Wow. Let me get the documentary information. What was it about? The Dr. Sebi documentary. Let's take a look. Was there a trailer for it? I don't see any. Oh, here he is talking about the documentary.
You're saying, and then that's what I like. Like I said, the medicine really is in the candy, because even when you drop a bar like about Dr. Sebi,
yeah,
like just that one thing they killed Dr. Sebi will make somebody go research who Dr. Sebi is.
100%.
Dr. Sebi. I thought it was Sebi.
Sebi.
My bad. I said it wrong.
My bad.
I'm an LA nigga, man. My lingo a little different.
Have you met Dr. Sebi?
I never met him. I met his wife, and I take his products for sure.
Now, the coolest guy ever. I mean, he was, when we interviewed him, I think he was about 74.
Oh, y'all interviewed him?
Yeah, we interviewed him twice.
Damn.
Not here, but when I was on the other show. He was able to jump from the floor up here on his knees.
At 70-something.
On his knees. Yeah. And jump back down and no problems, nothing like that.
Why you think they killed him?
Why do they kill all holistic doctors?
Messing up the medical industry.
You short-stopping their grind. Why do niggas get killed for hustling in front of a nigga's spot?
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. I don't endorse, the N-word, of course, on our show, but I know a lot of blacks use it. That's what they do. It's no big deal from their perspective, but it is a big deal if a white person were to say the N-word. This is the 88 people that have died, holistic deaths of strange, mysterious suicidings and deaths over the past 5 years. And Dr. Sebi was one of them. Dr. Sebi Cell Food has an article here about a creepy. You're not allowed to use those words here, man. In fact, creepy, that's, yeah, I'm going to pull you out of the show for that. You were warned and then you just did it, so you're not a legit person, man. Yeah, it's having a problem, apparently the site's being hit by so many people right now, it's blocked up. Look at this. It's completely blocked up. This is not unusual. Yeah. Hey there, Gabe. So yeah, you can't even get to drcbscellfood.com. It's completely overtaken by hits. Wow. Yeah. All right. So he's exposed to holistic deaths in this documentary, but it has never been made. But the good news is Nick Cannon says he's going to make it. All right. So all you people who are concerned about this definitely will have the experience to hopefully get Nick Cannon to finish the video footage. We all saw this with Nancy Schaefer. Remember when Nancy Schaefer was killed? Back in, I think it was 2010. Nancy Schaefer was a Georgia state senator who was exposing the child pedophilia in the CPS network down in Atlanta, Georgia. And there's another agency name for it, but it was CPS, ostensibly as Child Protective Services. Nancy exposed and was right about ready to create a documentary, 2-hour-long documentary. And the guy she handed the footage over to has disappeared. She died. She was killed, and her husband was killed. And the police said flippantly that they were desperate and there was a murder-suicide. Thank you, man. And these people were so Christian that they would never kill themselves. Nancy Schaefer and her husband were devout Christians. They would never take their life. That's a mortal sin in many Christian homes. And the police just said, no, he was bummed out about his cancer and they're running out of money. And that's not true. Nancy Schaefer and her husband had tons of equity in their homes. They could have cashed out and been a millionaire. So everything about... Can I post Dr. Sebi's photo? Sure. His death for reference? Okay. Okay. Now, Dr. Sebi died in police custody in Honduras, and this video is going to be about what's going on. And they say this man was killed as a hit to get rid of him because he was helping people. He's very well loved too, 1933 to infinity, and now the rapper Nipsey Hussle is going to be joining Dr. Sebi in the afterlife, if you believe that. According to several news outlets, world-renowned natural herbalist and healer Alfredo Darrington Bowman, better known as Dr. Sebi, died in Honduras over the weekend after having complications with battling pneumonia in police custody. He was 82 years old, so they didn't give him the proper care, and he died. He had pneumonia. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe he was living there. I don't know enough about it to really give you some real solid info. Well, you can come in here and talk about things, but using the N-word in our show just makes us appear racist, and we're not. And if you were to, be anti-Semitic here, we're not anti-Semitic. I don't dislike Jewish people at all. In fact, I welcome them to come join our party. We're trying to stop the Zionists, not the Jewish people. Well, I'm not going to be tight and more on Palestine. In fact, I'm a little bit lighter on the idea of opening up a state of Palestine. I'm not here to support the Zionist movement of destroying Palestinians. I'm sorry, but that's not my thing. I look like the man in the Matrix. Really? I thought these would be more like the Matrix guy. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson. It's the stench, Mr. Anderson. It's the smell of humanity. Hello. Chef Ramsay is T. Rucker. We have to remove him from the show. Get this, folks. T. Rucker was a guy who claimed he died last year. Can you believe this? Or was it this year? It was this year. Or was it last year? I don't even care. But he faked his death 3 times. That was his 3rd time. Now, Max wants to show you his glasses, which are identical to the ones I was wearing. You've got your choice to show off your glasses. These are your John Lennon glasses. And you've got your other glasses, which... Yeah, he streamed last week, so he faked his death a 3rd time. What kind of a person would do that? Yeah, just ask yourself what kind of a person would do that. Oh, you like the close-ups, huh? There you go. See, he's got glasses just like the ones I have. Check this out. He's the guy that helped me discover that they were actually from a different... They're a high-end glass that you use for, making sure you have protection when you're working on things. Play the audio, okay? Yeah, it's like crying wolf. Nobody's going to care when he actually does pass away. I mean, who the heck would do that? Faked their death 3 times. What a corrupt thing. I mean, I can't even imagine anybody even that corrupt. But that's what we're dealing with, people trying to attack us on a daily basis. Hey, we got a musical interplay here to play with you. This guy does horns. Let's take a look. Kind of cool. It's not that cool though, so I'm going to pull off the chat there. Thanks, Bengalitis. That was very interesting. It added a little musical aspect to the show, which was sorely lacking. Okay, we're going to have to remove this person from the show. What happened? Yeah, you were such in a good mood last week, Jacket Pockets. Did you not feel good this week? Or is life not rolling for you anymore? You made a lot of money on your investment in the medical marijuana recently? Yeah. I don't understand what your trip is. Don't you realize life is all about attitude? You can't go through life without being a winner. Otherwise, you're a loser, right? Start thinking positive about yourself. Sarah's going to come in and tell you about some things to get your life straightened out. She's been doing an amazing spring cleaning job this year. And she's been influenced by a woman who wrote a book about how you can improve your attitude. So that'll be cool. She'll tell you that in a little while when she comes in. I don't know who it was, but it did look like somebody important or impotent, one or the other. Could have been somebody with a serious problem with impotence. Vote ATP 2020. Thanks, man. Right on. Maxed Out Credit is here for all of us. Hey, are you a lover of avocados? I know I am. I would not read Michelle Obama's. Michelle is a transgender. Yeah, I'll prove it to you later. She doesn't come clean about her transgenderism. Nothing she says matters. No, that's not proven. No, avocados have never been proven to cause cancer. That's a lie. Show me an article. I'll be waiting. Hey, Trump shutdown. If the shutdown of the U.S.-Mexican border happens, America will run out of avocados in 3 weeks. Just so you know. They're expensive, yes. Nipsey, I can handle any attack. These people are being recorded. So all these attacks are part of an ongoing racketeering investigation that I've been putting together. I'm looking at all of this as racketeering, just so you know. Okay? If they do it, it's just an ongoing racketeering investigation. It all goes down. You got 4 avocados for 37 cents a piece. That's a pretty good deal. Well, I'll buy typically $3.99 for a bag of about 6. That's the off-season price. I can only imagine what I would be paying for a bag of 6 when the shutdown, probably $12, $15 for a bag of 6. I wouldn't doubt it. It'll be $2 an avocado. I might as well just buy whatever individually. Yeah, the RICO Act will definitely, racketeering and RICO will apply here, Mike. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, that's the thing. If you can buy a lot of avocados, they're really good for you. They're considered a superfood. And these things are really helping the Mexican economy. And there are a lot of Hispanics living in California that won't be able to access this. This is kind of weird that Trump is trying to destroy viable trade with Mexico. It's weird. Avocado on hair helps your hair. Yeah, I use a little avocado shampoo today on my hair. It gives it more fullness, life. Yeah. They sell an avocado shampoo at Garnier. Shea and avocado. It's very good. I highly recommend it. How are you going to stop illegals by shutting down the border? They're not coming through our standard border locations. That's ridiculous. 40,000 illegals coming in every month is coming through the open porous area where I said we needed a 1,000-mile fence. I'm on record talking about it in 2008. Trump came in 2012 and started looking at my ideas and, we're going to have we need a wall, a 1,000-mile wall. Well, who's going to pay for it? Mexico's going to pay for it. Yeah. Hong Kong market is up 0.4%. Thank you, Ghost. That's a pretty big upswing in the Hong Kong market. Good morning, Asia. Welcome to the show. We get a lot of people watching our show in Asia. We have millions, hundreds of millions of people watching our show nightly, folks. If you didn't know that, and you're lucky enough to be in our chat rooms, it's because you're either a regular here in the chat room and Mark allowed you in, or you can't get into our iBlog show because you can't run Flash on your computer. A lot of people are facing that, or you're afraid to get on Twitter or can't get on Twitter because you're from another country. And people wonder, well, how come there's not a lot of foreign traffic on Twitter? Because Twitter singles out all foreign traffic. See, we have a few people over there. Hi, Mitchell. Welcome. David, I can hear other people watching your cast. Yes, you've walked by restaurants where they watch my cast. I've got a lot of viewers everywhere around the world because UHF rebroadcasts us. Now, Ghost of Shannon's coming in from his pro cam. And he's going to show you people where he lives. He lives right there off the balcony of his Hong Kong apartment. That's pretty cool. Let's get you on the show here. Good morning, Ghost of Shannon. Welcome. He's in Asia.
Morning, Dave.
Nice morning in Hong Kong. And Ghost of Shannon told me that there weren't a lot of murders at all in Hong Kong over the many years, and he's right. It's a very safe place to live. That's very cool. Congratulations.
If you listen closely, you can hear other people watching your show.
No kidding. Wow. I believe you. It's amazing. Our viewership is worldwide. I'm trying to help Sarah understand that the viewership went worldwide. Thank you so much for telling us that.
Hello, all of you awesome people in Hong Kong.
Yes. Hello, awesome people in Hong Kong. Thanks, guys. Thanks for coming in and showing support. Appreciate it. Max Out Credit is in there. Sarah's here. I was just telling everybody how you have been doing some spring cleaning today.
Yeah, I was inspired by, I think it's Marie Kondo's book about like the life-changing, I forgot all of it, what the title is, but by getting your house in order, you can change your life.
Right.
And yeah, that's been inspiring.
It's getting rid of things you don't derive joy from. That was the thrust of it.
Yeah, I remember my friend. I haven't read all of that part, but my friend told me that she'd read the book and how basically if it doesn't spark joy, you should. I don't know if it's the same book, but if it doesn't spark joy, you should get rid of it.
Very interesting. And
you shouldn't keep anything that doesn't spark joy for you.
Yeah, don't keep anything. And I have another policy: if you don't use it, lose it. Get rid of it.
Exactly.
Sell it, trade it, give it away.
And then for me, it's been an issue because obviously I'm an environmentalist, and I have this thing about like just putting everything in the trash, because there is no such thing as a way. Everything you throw away actually has to go somewhere.
Right.
And so one of the things, instead of throwing things away, I made a pile for things to donate. Actually, I made 2 donation piles. One is like David says we should try this one store that's like a consignment store, and then if you sell through them, sometimes they give you credit toward other things in their store. And then another one is is like just a thrift store. And then I did a few things I actually did throw away, and then a whole bunch I went through and got rid of. Like, I filled up a whole container of papers.
Yeah.
Whole box of papers. Like, literally, you should see the box. But I still kept some papers.
Well, good. It's paper recycling, yeah.
But at least, yeah.
And it didn't, one item didn't make her derive joy from it, but then it was an item I had given my father back when I was 13 years old, and I said, I'm going to keep that. I derive joy from it, so we put it on the dresser. But it was, it's just one of those things, that if you don't derive joy or you're not using it, move on. And this clearing your mind is kind of a feng shui thing.
Yeah.
It's like arranging your life the way you like it, so you don't have any excuses to procrastinate. A lot of times we'll build piles of stuff, and then we'll come up with an idea and say, yeah, I really want to do that, but I got to get rid of that pile of stuff. So it keeps you from doing the first thing that comes to mind, because you're always thinking that clutter is, you got to get to the clutter first. So it's almost like people that procrastinate have this excuse, so they create a little clutter and then they haven't fixed it. So clear your clutter and start living your life and doing the things you want to do.
She was saying basically, like, people that get their house in order and clear their clutter, like, it can change their whole life, because there are certain people that are like, I realized that I don't need this in my life, and I don't need the job I'm doing currently doesn't derive joy for me. For me, my job does. I have a job that I love very much.
You do. You have a great job.
Yeah, I do.
You love your work.
And I derive a lot of joy from my job.
That's great. That's the best thing you can possibly, the job that you enjoy it for. I wouldn't have been able to do this show if I didn't enjoy it. And at one point, 600 shows into our show, Sarah and I were wondering, how much more should we do? And I said, well, I'm committed to doing the show for many years to come. And I've been doing it since. Yeah. And Sarah's been giving me the full 1 hour. She'd give me a half an hour break, another half an hour break, but that is enough for me to continue doing it and still enjoy it. If I didn't have that break, it would be more tedious than you would ever imagine. So that, believe it or not, that 1 hour out of the 5 hours, which is broken up, really helps.
Well, Barry, I'm not saying that could have come from Dr. Peterson, because I was just listening to Marie Kondo on tidying up. And that thing about joy might have come from someone else, because that wasn't from the same.
It was just
my friend told me about that.
Yeah, you're amalgamating a few ideas.
I'm putting things together.
Yep.
Yes, exactly.
Thank you.
Putting ideas together. So maybe you're right about Dr. Peterson. I looked at that book, but I was also, one of the things I've been doing is I do books on audiobooks rather than paper books. Because one of the things I have to do is, like, I just threw out or recycled a whole bunch of paper books from when I was going to college in my college days, not for my master's degree, but for my bachelor's degree, which was at least over 10 years ago. And then I still have some papers I did keep that I wrote back in those days. But yeah, it is really good. I do prefer audiobooks. So who was saying he could hear other people watching David John in Hong Kong? Ghosts of Shannon said he could hear it. You like David's gold tie? Yeah, I know. The college books are definitely a hard time letting go. I still kept a few of them, like 3 of them. But some of them, and actually there's this one file I think I am going to go back and get rid of, because it actually doesn't give me joy. It gives me the opposite of joy. It gives me like stress. So I think I should probably get rid of that. I understand 543, but he does. No, I went to the Barry G asked the question, did you party hard in college, like Girls Gone Wild or things like that? No, I'll get to your question in a second, Irish Bug. I didn't. I went to a community college for my associate's degree. So there's different levels of degrees. Associates is like a 2-year college degree. Usually you do that as to have a more affordable jump start to a bachelor's degree. And then I went to a extension campus for my bachelor's degree, and there was like actually a cohort of like 12 to 15 people. I think it was 15 people that were in my program for my bachelor's degree, and there was just like that was it that the university offered. And then I went to, that was my bachelor's degree, and I kept that for, and then I just went to Western Governors University for my master's degree and finished that. Any book you cannot read again and again is not worth keeping. Yeah, that's true. And that's why I kept a few of those books, because those are pretty good. We all do something crazy during college. I think I had my crazy days were before college. I was of college age, like 18, but when I was 18, I didn't go to college. I didn't go to college until a few years later, until I was like 20. I was 21 or 22. I think I was 22 when I finally went to college. I was intelligent enough to go to college younger, but it didn't work out for me. My parents moved around a lot, and it just didn't work out for me. You studied in the University of Leeds in engineering. Nice. That's pretty cool. Part of me thinks I would enjoy going back to school. And now that I just got my master's degree, I actually want to keep studying. Part of me, and then I have like different ideas of what I want to study next. Like part of me wants to study mathematics. Part of me wants to go back to school and get an official like bachelor's degree in internet, in like a completely different field. So I'd have to go get a bachelor's degree as a data analyst. And then part of me is like, man, maybe my master's degree is good enough. I should stop. But I'm both a teacher and a student. I like to learn, and I like to teach as well. You did your silly person associate's degree in 63 weeks in French. Yay, Sarah earned her master's degree, and she keeps talking about learning some more. Sorry, Pirate, what's not boring for you is probably something that I don't want to talk about. I'm a pretty modest person. Oh my goodness, if America ran out of avocados in 3 weeks if Trump shuts down the US-Mexico border, David would be like, I need to buy avocados. Sarah, we have to move to Mexico to have avocados. He loves avocados. That's fine. Yeah. He eats avocados like all the time. Oh, whoops. I think I closed out of something. The Honduras thing. Yeah, David usually buys his avocado. Sometimes Trader Joe's, sometimes grocery outlet, sometimes other things. Yes, I would mind if you smelled my hair, Joe Biden. No, I don't want you to smell my hair. What, Barry? He doesn't go up there that often. Yeah, that's a good idea. We should go out and like buy the store, like clear them out of avocados. And then just buy all avocados and then have David make a whole bunch of frozen guacamole. Oh, okay. Thanks, Barry G. I know how. Yeah, I have heard you can freeze guacamole. Alright, sorry your chat was acting up. Maxed out credit. Glad you refreshed. Yes, I do like bacon avocado hamburgers. I do like avocados almost as much as David. David loves them even more. He loves avocados. I haven't tried it myself, Howie. I don't know. Can you freeze avocados? That's the question. Oh, thanks for sending me your pesto recipe today.
Yeah, there's some avocados that come by boat via Peru. So there will be some Peruvian avocados, but if he shuts down
Somebody
the border,
says we should go out and buy I said maybe we should go out and clean out the avocados that you can get your hands on and then
freeze them.
And then freeze the avocado, frozen guacamole.
I should, yeah. I better do that. You're right. If only I had freezer space.
Well, you're slowly making freezer space.
I
You're
know.
cleaning out your freezer, right? I'll become a pesto addict. I already kind of am, maxed out credit, but if I make your pesto, I'll be...
They're running out of water.
Wow.
They're running out of water. I mean, it's crazy. Venezuela is really in bad straits. Somebody said, why do we care about Venezuelans when they're just going to come over the border? Well, if we help them there, they won't come over the border. If we provide help right now, they won't be running up to the border and trying to save their lives. I mean, seriously, we should definitely, it's in our best interest to help these countries right now so they don't rush our border. At least give them immediate food supplies and water. You know?
Yeah. Thank you very much, maxed out credit. He was talking about Venezuela, Daryl VJ. I have tried crisps, like the Parmesan crisp kind of things, or the moon cheese. I like it. But I was going to buy some the other day, and David's like, what? No, why should you buy that? David's not into salt or salty foods. He's pretty salt sensitive. So it's just one of those things. You got 3 nice organic avocados. Nice. Oh, thank you, Scissor Fight. Avocado gold. Oh, that's cute. I like that. How to freeze guacamole and save money. All right, so I'll give this one to the other chat because they were the ones asking about freezing guacamole. Here you go. That from Kitchen Stewardship, how to freeze guacamole. Wow, they bought avocados for 69 cents each.
E-reader.
Okay,
I'll put
thank
it by your
you.
bed.
All right, thank you. I'm going to purge any links that you give, Connie. Not Connie. I'm just going to purge you. I could just write out ban you, but just on the safe side. I don't like your username, and I'd like you to leave, but rather than having you, banning you, I'm just asking you to leave. Jacket Pocket says you add citrus juice, usually lime, and to keep the avocados from turning brown. Bye. Thank you. I don't know, Barry, what's your other account and why was it banned? David just did an unban all the other day, so I don't know how your other account would have been banned. Oh yeah, any acidic covering that keeps out the oxygen. Okay. Oh, so if you cover the salsa with, or cover avocados with salsa, that will be good too. It says you need the acidic one. And cutting with a plastic knife reduces browning. That's good. Okay, Sarah, I just bought 2 Titan GPUs to watch my cast. To watch my cast? You bought 2 Titan GPUs just to watch me? Wow, you make me feel very special and loved. Very, very special and very loved. Thank you. 2 of them. Not just 1, 2. The world's most powerful graphics card? Just to watch me? You must also play video games at the same time. You have like me on one computer and then your favorite video game on your other monitor, right? I don't want to cut David's hair. I might mess it up, Victory. 3 of me in one game? Okay, now I'm not sure if I feel loved or just stalked. But whatever. I guess there's not much, there's a little bit of difference. It's online, so it's fine. Well, David he's got his own thing with his own hair cutting. See, myself, I cut my own hair sometimes too, but I let it grow really long first. I have another like year to grow out my hair or something like that. Oh, don't repost it, 3983. You might get banned. Not from me, I'm saying from on YouTube. You can go ahead and post it in my chat room. I don't care. Yeah, David would like for you to post it. He probably wants to post it to download it, but my hair looks lighter. I think I'm just like a lighter being with getting rid of all this stuff. Like I went through the top of my dresser was covered in stuff. Stuff is the best word to describe it. Lots of random stuff. And I like hair things and a basket full of different odds and ends. And I decided to go through and clear off. I started with my dresser and actually another part, a little side table and my dresser after I listened to this Marie Kondo chapter 1. And then I was like, yeah, I should just, her big thing is don't try to declutter bit by bit. She says you should strive for perfection all in one go, how you want your perfect house to be, and get it all done in one fell swoop. Don't just try like, I'll clean my bedroom, then I'll clean my bathroom, then I'll clean the, just do it all at once. And the other advice she gave was to throw things away. But I have a problem with throwing things away, so I created a donate pile. But I went through like that side table, I went through like the top of my dresser, and then I went through my jewelry case. I was like, look at all this knick-knack jewelry stuff. I don't use half of it, so I got all of that to do. And then I went through, no, I don't have a Twitter, or that's not my Twitter. And then I went through I looked at my clothes and I only got rid of one thing, maybe two things in my clothes, because I've been pretty good about not collecting clothes that I don't love, or going through and getting rid of clothes I don't need, and then only getting new clothes that I love. I don't have a Snapchat either. Well, we also have US third party. Third party and US third party is our two Twitter accounts. I should probably take over the US third party and have that one be mine. But no, Barry, that is incorrect. I'm going to purge you because that is not me. That is an imposter who took my picture of me. They took it just because someone puts my picture on the internet doesn't mean it's me. It's very iffy though, because it seems like, thanks Maxed Out Credit, when it has that, it's just All right, your friend has a decluttering business in Toronto. He's found houses with really weird things. He decluttered a blind woman's house that had 20 years of newspapers all over the place. Wow. And some people actually, like, they declutter other people's places and then they sell them, and I don't know. Well, I'll have David do that. Thanks, 983. Or tell David when he comes in, because I'm not actually interested in the New Zealand shooting. I'm sorry, but I'm not. Yeah, sometimes it's a sickness that people just keep gathering things. That's not David's either, Barry. Sure, might ain't. Well, you can ask me what's real and what's fake. I already said we don't do Snapchat. What are you talking about, me, Lily? So your friend that's a declutter is at a guy's house now, and the guy has half open cans of food everywhere. Oh my goodness. And he has to physically search through each because he thinks the guy put jewelry inside one of them. Well, I guess you have to talk to people in the... Isn't that sad, Ghost? You might be right. Ghost wrote, in the end, nobody will know the difference between the truth and a lie. They'll both amount to the same thing. They'll both mean the same thing. I hope I don't mean anything like that. He wrote a book about it. What's your friend's name? What's his book? Are you going to show me? Oh, here it is. Domestic archaeologist. Ooh, that's kind of cool. I like the name. Where he's like searching through people's stuff. That's pretty cool. Yeah, it's pretty funny because it looks like my shoulders are exposed, but I'm actually wearing a peach shirt underneath, a really light pink shirt, see? I love this shirt. It's like, isn't that cool? The sleeves and all of that. And then I saw this shirt in my closet. I was like, ooh, it's a bland pink shirt and this will work on top of it. Oh, good. Because I'm not showing anything 905. It does seem like I can fly. I can fly. Anyway, I would say Ghost. I will try to be honest with you as much as I can. I'm pretty honest. Well, I know people think I'm like a hippie, and I own it. I say, well, that's because I am kind of like a hippie. Looks medieval, one person says. Sleeves of a wizard. I'll be mixing my cauldron. Oh, Mr. Bill, I don't know if I want to click on your links. I'm not going to because I didn't appreciate your link earlier, so I won't be clicking on any more of your links. It's good to have someone who gives bad advice around so you can listen to everything they say and do the exact opposite. Well, I didn't click on it, Andrew. Do you think I should just purge him or ban him? What do you think, Andrew? Or do you think the men in the chat room would like to click on that link? It's from YouTube. I don't think it's virus malware. Victory for cake. Well, I was thinking about Beware of Trolls, yes. I was thinking about Ghost last night and wondering what he's working on. What are you working on, Ghost? If you will let me know. Thank you, Alexa Amazon. Oh, Maxed Out Credit is showing us what he's working on. Some kind of grammatical sketches of things. You're going to show me. Okay. I'm interested. Thank you. Oh, it's like a new background for your... Moving it over here to take a closer look. A new, like, background. No, it's not, Prepper. Ghost is awesome. An emulator. Nice. Cool. And then I'll go back to the other one. I like that green horror picture you have up in the corner, even though I myself am not into horror. It's more than style, it's adding features. I'm looking at the features. I'm going into the second picture right now. Ghost was... looking at the... oh wow, that's pretty cool. Are you working through a Linux program for these? Wait. So you're being able to encrypt JavaScript, and you're able to encrypt your IMs, it looks like. And I'm looking at the other one. I should learn JavaScript. If someone else has the script, then they can encrypt their messages. Very cool. Oh, is this what you and anyone with a script and same password can read it? This is what you... Yeah. You got analytics too, and nice. I need to learn JavaScript. I think I can kind of read some of it, but...
I'm ready here. All right, so what is he looking at?
I was just asking Ghost what he was working on.
Oh, those are his programming screens. Yeah, he has customized his page, and
I've closed out of it. Sorry, David.
no problem. I don't need to be in it. Thank you very much.
Thanks for sharing.
Thanks for sharing. Thanks for having us share with your sharing this. I've got the dinner for you: rice pilaf and chicken breast with some asparagus. But some of them may be tough. You have to.
Yeah, some of them. I know what you mean.
I don't give you the tops because they're.
Oh yeah, I know. It's okay.
I know.
It's okay, David.
I know. I wish I could.
You're so special.
Thank you. You're special too.
Lovely. I don't know the best word for you. Handsome, definitely.
Well, the tie and shirt don't work for you. I disagree. Yeah, I think they work great. I think the gold tie, the black shirt. It's what I do is black shirts on Monday. It's been a Conspiracy Monday thing since the early days when we first started it. It's a special look. I don't see how it doesn't suit me. I kind of look like a mob, guy, kind of like the Gambinos and, the Cosa Nostras. And my concern is that somebody in our room claims they knew Frank Cali. And, yeah. And he came in our show and he said he just went to Frank Cali's funeral recently. And he told us in the room that Frank Cali actually was running around the past couple of weeks before he died, and he died, a couple of weeks ago? He was talking about how Trump owed him money. It's like, wow. Can I verify this? No, it's just some guy in the chat room. I can't verify it, but can you imagine? Yeah. Frank Cali saying that Trump owed him money, and then the next week he's dead. Frank Cali's dead. That's just a little weird. I don't know what to do with that. I mean, that's like a... Oh, Larry. Okay, Larry. Yes, Larry. Hi. How are you? Can I help you? Hey, Larry. What's good? What's your question, man? I think Larry's having a minor stroke. You may want to get some attention there, buddy. Those miniature strokes start to make his mouth do weird things. Don't call me if you're having a stroke, okay, Larry? Ask a doctor. Get 911 on the phone or something. Speaking of conspiracy, mobster hit suspect shows symbol linked to conspiracy theory. Wow. Okay. Thank you. This is a furtive territory for Conspiracy Monday. Thank you. We got app third party stacked in the background for you, but in the background we really do have a total collusion package. I keep that on the back burner. I think I'll just put that over there, just to piss off the Republicans. Oh yeah, I still think that Russia's involved in everything. Oh, totally. Even the recent flyover over Area 51 today by the Russians. I'll talk about that in just a second. The Russians are flying over in an open treaty we have with Russia to fly over our most top secret location. That's just so weird. Yeah, if you're having a stroke, call 911, Larry. Okay, thanks. Mobster hit suspect shows symbol linked to conspiracy theory. The man charged with killing the reputed boss of the Gambino family had a symbol scrawled in his hand that some say is associated with a conspiracy theory. He displays his writing on his hand that includes a pro-Donald Trump slogan during his trial. What is it, MGTOW or something, or MAGA? MAGA? Yeah, he was arrested. This is the guy that did kill Frank Cali, allegedly. Now, it's possible this guy was a high-level, maybe a captain or something that just turned on the mob. I watched Sopranos too, and he might have been told by the mob, "Hey, you either do this and serve the rest of your life in prison, or maybe we continue torturing you and take out your family," that kind of thing. You never know. Thanks, Pirate Salty God. Yeah. You wonder. Is this guy got leverage on him? Why would he do this? Was he put up to do this? Like, either you do this so you don't live. You know what I'm talking about? I don't know. Radiation concerns halt Brussels 5G development. Thank you. There's all this weird stuff coming at us from 5G all over the place, with Huawei at the center of the 5G controversy with Trump, being they're the largest producer of communications. But there's other things. None of these companies have done any long-term studies. America hasn't done any. Radiation concern halts Brussels 5G development for now. Wow. Plan for a pilot project to provide high-speed 5G wireless internet in Brussels has been halted for fears of the health citizens. Wow. Okay, Barry, what's your question, man? Yeah, Barry. Hey, man. Are you? Yeah, go ahead.
Real quick,
yeah.
I heard about this radiation concerns. I think even Trump was concerned about the 5G at one point, but I'm not too sure.
No, he's not. He's totally in favor of it, Barry. Trump is 100% behind 5G without any questions about human safety. He's steamrolling forward.
I was reading the chat. Sorry.
Yeah.
I remember hearing, and correct me if I'm wrong, I remember hearing many moons ago that they were concerned with the same 4G thing, you know, like...
I am, yeah.
And I don't see any cancer... I mean, I
Oh,
don't...
whoa, Barry, wait a second, dude. There are people coming down with cancer left and right installing the 4G network. Half of the people that go up and install die of brain cancer. The stats are unbelievable. And then the number of people dying from being near these cell towers is beyond belief, man. I'm telling you, brain cancer is popping up like 1,000 points of light. A new world odor. Yeah, seriously, Barry.
I believe you. Damn. That's, I'll definitely have to read up on it. Well, I appreciate it. I'll let you go right now. I might have to call in later if there's more things that I know about or, you know, like I have questions about.
No problem. Yeah, I'll give you more information about 5G. Thank you. Okay, Barry, calling in, talking real callers finally. It's taken 10 years to get real callers. And Barry, I appreciate that. I really do. This is the biggest problem in the country right now. 5G is being pushed upon us by zealots that have no clue as to the long-term effects on the human genome. And we do know that a lot of these things cause permanent damage to our DNA. So when we look at the 5G network, the conduit is too big. It's like, here's a standard conduit for an electric line or any fiber optic line, and here's the 5G conduit. I mean, that's like way too much copper, which makes me wonder if this 5G network isn't being inspired by artificial intelligence. The possibility that this could be born out of an AI system designed to destroy the human race. I'm not kidding. I wish I was. I originally was led to believe that this system is completely born out of AI and developed in order to flip the switch on humanity. But I'm not here to scare you. I'm here to wake you up. It's a pretty preposterous theory, but I can tell you, if AI wanted to get rid of us, put that kind of copper in our wires and just flip the switch. Now, I'm promoting a 5G plus network, which will eliminate the dangerous radiation that's spilling into our air through field radiation. This concept of a 5G plus network is something I just developed last week in anticipation of this problem. So let me put it in front of you so you can look at it, and I'll remove the third party for you. So this idea of a 5G plus EMP safe system is just the brainchild of you-know-who, me, who thinks that we need limiters on the system so we don't have it blow out massive amount of radiation and theoretically flip the switch on humanity. Now, microwaves are set up the same way that these arrays are set up. That's how they triangulate the energy and direct it into a beam that hits your food. Don't play with your microwaves. It's illegal to open the back of them. So seriously, these things are potentially as dangerous as a microwave, the 5G network. And for us to discount the danger across the board is almost insanity. It's as if the human race doesn't even care about its own people, that they just want to, zap us. So I am beginning to wonder. 5G is definitely dangerous. And for them to close their towers, now remember last week they started saying this situation in Brussels and at The Hague was completely fake. Yet we heard people at The Hague talking about how birds were falling out of the sky, 300 of them at one time when they tested one 5G mast. So this is a serious problem, and Believe me, embracing Tesla's ideas of transcommunication as well as sending energy through the air is like putting a bullet to our heads. It's a Russian roulette. The human race was never factored into Tesla. He could care less about humanity. Believe it or not, Nikola Tesla, who created a lot of these ideas, was a virgin his entire life. He was the most socially bereft person you'd ever meet. He didn't have any ability with people. He was like, he seemed like a human anomaly. So this guy who came up with this wireless energy transfer doesn't sound to me like he even thought about the dangers either. So all these people who are standing behind the zealots who are pushing this idea are expecting all of us to be sheep. Well, I'm here to bring the sheep in. You can count on me to help bring the sheep into awareness. Here I am. You recognize the problem with EM when you were going to talk to about a 380 to a 740 nanometer spectrum bombarding us daily? Thanks, Dylan, for mentioning that. You know, one of the biggest concerns, too, is that this bandwidth issue is not an issue at all. In fact, remember when digital was created out of the analog TV signals, that all TV signals from 0 to 12 were eliminated in America? That opened up a massive spectrum of digital frequencies that could easily send frequencies through the existing 4G at larger bandwidth. But no, we got to lay lines. Wait a second, we got the lines. It's working. If it's not broken, why fix it, right? So that we're dealing with a complete, utter, jumbling idiot group of leaders run by the two parties, essentially, leading us into this massive hellhole which could veritably hurt many of us. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Hellhole. That's right. I have a little thing I play whenever I talk about this 5G network. It's a guy I met in Sacramento at a government, it was a government convention. And Sarah and I went there in 2010, and I walked right up to this guy. I just felt compelled to talk to him. His name was Tom Wheeler, and let me show you his picture here. Tom, I'm waiting for you here. Apparently Tom Wheeler's picture is not accessible right now. Sorry. Yeah, I didn't have it ready to go. My bad. Let's bring in the cowbell. Apparently the sheep weren't enough. Smells good. Oh yeah, that's it. Thank you. Thank you for listening to Cowbell. Isn't that a relaxing feeling? I'd so much rather talk about, livestock than the 5G network. Yeah, we'll pass on Tom Wheeler. His zealot opinions were pretty real in front of me, and I actually confronted him a little bit about things. And he was very single-minded, I'll say that. Now here's a cell tower story that is related to the 5G conspiracy. And this is not just conspiracy theory, folks. This is a conspiracy fact we're dealing with here. Cell tower on school campus suspected of causing student cancer.
Ripon parents called it a cancer-causing cell phone tower on a school campus. Well, now that is being removed. Parents fought for years with the district after 4 children were diagnosed with some form of cancer. Although there is no direct evidence the tower is linked to the children, Sprint will be removing that tower in the near future. Well, a driver...
Wow. So they're still having the kids stay there, but they finally did decide to get rid of that tower. Good. Thank you. That's actually good news. You didn't hear it, though. Yeah, it would have been nice if you'd heard it. Let's play it again. Play it again, Sam.
In other headlines locally this morning, Ripon parents called it a cancer-causing cell phone tower on a school campus. Well, now that is being removed.
Yay.
Parents fought for years with the district after 4 children were diagnosed with some form of cancer.
Wow.
Although there is no direct evidence the tower is linked to the children, Sprint will be removing that tower in the near future.
Yay.
Well, a driver...
Thank you. That's a great link you gave me. Okay, this just came in. Thank you. And you're going to have to slow down a little bit. I'm catching up to your links. Bear with me. One moment, please. Trump officials pushed through dozens of security clearances despite disqualifying issues. Oh, really? So Jared Kushner got... It turns out Trump supported Jared Kushner all the way. Yeah. Donald Trump talks with White House senior advisor to President Jared Kushner as they attend a Hanukkah reception in the East Room of the White House. Oy vey, look at this. Now, it just so happens that Donald Trump did meet with Jared Kushner's synagogue about, 15, 20 years ago when Ivanka and Jared were dating, I guess. And they got to know each other real well. It turns out that the synagogue they both go to, Chabad Leibovich, is one of the largest in the world. And it has a stretch that reaches all the way in government operations through AIPAC. So it turns out it's kind of the core of AIPAC, and AIPAC's really got a real tight control over the White House, with Donald Trump doing the Zionist bidding. Now these people who are oftentimes not even authentically Jewish, they're relatives of Jewish people who claim that they're Jewish. Maybe their mother's mother was not Jewish. Then they'd call themselves like an Ashkenazi Jew. And these people have embedded themselves around Donald Trump's White House so closely that practically everybody around him are Ashkenazi Jews. Now, I have nothing against Jewish people, as you know, and I don't want to target anybody, even Ashkenazis, in this discussion, but let's not ignore the reality that this is not just a conspiracy theory, this is a conspiracy fact.
Well, I took a lot of heat, and I...
Transition team, Ashkenazi Jew. Lawrence Glick, Executive Vice President of Strategic Development, the Trump Organization, Ashkenazi Jew. Jason Greenblatt, Executive Vice President and Chief Legal Officer, the Trump Organization, Co-Chairman, Israel Advisory Committee for Donald J. Trump, President Trump's Special Representative for International Negotiations, Ashkenazi Jew. Vincent Harris, former Digital Strategy Manager, Donald J. Trump for President, Ashkenazi Jew.
Anyway, I don't want to get into the details, but that they're all surrounding him. So this is a particular concern to me because the same type of environment where Ashkenazis were surrounding the leader of a country dates back to a halcyon time. Remember when Adolf Hitler was in charge of the German country? I don't. I wasn't born then, but that really was a time when we have to really ask ourselves, why the connection? Why the... Oh, there's my link. Thank you. Yeah, why the connection to so many Ashkenazis? Hitler was an Ashkenazi. Himmler was an Ashkenazi. Goering was an Ashkenazi. Mueller. There was a Mueller in Hitler's administration, just like there's a Robert Mueller who recently barely has made any commitment whatsoever on obstruction. He just said that he passed it off to Barr. He had to go public with that. But we're still worried that Barr is a person who needs to recuse himself in the collusion issue. Anyway, I think we need to really look at how this AIPAC group has an ironclad grip over our government. And if we don't look at that, then, yeah, we're dealing with a government that's been hijacked. And it's been hijacked for a long time. It wasn't until recently that I began piecing this whole puzzle together, and I realized that the word Nazi was actually not derived from the word National Socialism. It doesn't even sound like the word national in German. When you go to the translation page, and I did this the other night, you look up the word national and you convert it to German and you play it. This is what it sounds like.
National.
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 You can't call them Nazis, they're Natsus, okay? So if the name had truncated to Natsu, I would have agreed. So the official reason why Nazi is created was not correct. The secondary meaning behind the word Nazi is It means Ignacio. It's short for a slang word. This is what the wiki reads. It's short for a slang word related, it's amazing, to the guy named Ignacio. Well, that's not why Hitler hated the word Nazi, and that's not why the word Nazi can get you arrested in Germany right now. It happened to a professor a few months ago. She just said, you people are acting like Nazis. She was arrested and detained for 15 hours. Yeah. But there's a reason why the word Nazi is the word Nazi, because it represented a class of Germans and Russians that wanted to be Jewish because Jewish people were royalty at that time. And one of the most important German families, the Bauers, aligned themselves with these people. And these Bauers didn't even like each other. They treated each other terribly, so they actually aligned themselves with a richer class of people, so they changed their name. They changed their name to Rothschilds. The Rothschilds, the richest family in the world today, by far, happen to be, believe it or not, Bauers, who changed their name because they didn't want to be associated with the Bauer family anymore. They were above that. They had made money for the Jewish royalty back in the 1500s, so much so that they were above that. So they became Rothschilds. Therein lies the story of the Rothschild family, in a nutshell. Well, you can call them European Jews, I guess. It doesn't matter, but they're really Ashkenazis. And when the Nazis were called Nazis, they didn't like it, just like the Pakistani people don't like the name, used in England. If I say it, they'll ban me in England, so I'm not going to say it. Or the Vietnamese people, or, anyone doesn't like a truncated word to describe who they are. All right? So, that therein is my theory, and it is a conspiracy theory, I will give you that the name was changed over the years by the people that control the history books as well as the wiki today. Well, it turns out there is a group of people who are apparently working for various clandestine groups that are supporting and turning away certain candidates, and these people are Zionists, and they're working through a secret group of people online. We found a couple of clips of their online communication. I'm not even going to show it to you because last time we did, we were banned off of Vaughn. They literally shut the entire Vaughn network down. But I can assure you that it was a clandestine document saying that they were supposed to continually divide the nation and support this guy Yang. It's like, what? So it's almost weird the way they're trying to divide the nation, these groups are, in order to keep division, and that prevents the country from uniting. And that's one of the reasons why average middle-class Americans like myself, or even lower middle-class Americans like myself, or people living in poverty like myself, are constantly unable to have any representation in America. Because these people are driving a wedge between our entire race of people, the human race. Yeah, they're constantly looking for division. And that's been the problem at the very beginning, and it still is today. This is out of the playbook of the 1500s that they do this. And if you wonder why the Zionist movement was designed to create a country like Israel, it's because that's weird. I had something hanging off my eyebrow. Oh, it was probably a leaf from when I was walking through the forest of Azure. Anyway, I'm just trying to bring you some facts as I see them. And this is a conspiracy theory. I'm not going to deny it. I can't cite any facts at all to back this up, other than the theory that the word Ashkenazi was truncated to sound like Nazi. That raises the bigger question about the whole purpose of why they're constantly pushing their agenda. Now, here's Jacob Rothschild pitching what he called the Zionist goal of creating Israel. This is absolutely true history, and I'm going to give you the complete picture in just a second.
His Majesty's government view with favour the establishment of Palestine as a national home for the Jewish people, and will use their best endeavours to facilitate the achievement of this object, it being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine, or the rights and political status enjoyed by Jews in any other country. I should be grateful if you would bring this declaration to the knowledge of the Zionist Federation. Yours, Arthur Balfour.
And here it is, the Balfour Declaration. What do you feel when you see it here?
I feel that it is really a terrible thing that the country has lost so much power. You see, now that they created a state of Israel, which, by the way, Hitler was a Zionist too, in case you didn't know, being a lot of these Ashkenazis were Zionists, which dates back to the 1880s, they created a state of Israel by putting a lot of people at risk and obviously killing off millions of people in the Holocaust. And many people can stand there and, say how many people died and differ about that. But we have a serious problem with the origin of these Ashkenazis and what their end game is. And this Zionist plan was to ultimately just create the state of Israel. Hitler wanted the Jerusalem. He wanted Jerusalem. He wanted to have control over it because it was the center. It was the center of spirituality and supposedly the home of the Ark of the Covenant. Now, this powerful spiritual instrument was sought after by Adolf Hitler. And that's something that you have to factor into this. Meanwhile, Donald Trump, fast forward, just created a new embassy in Jerusalem, calling it the center of Jerusalem, the capital. Really raises questions as to Donald Trump's activities and how they're virtually funding the same thing the Rothschilds are. The rise of a man like Donald Trump is no different than the rise of a man like Hitler, and we can trace Hitler's roots to Adolf Hitler's roots to the Rothschild family. There's more than enough evidence that the Rothschilds and the Windsor family were complicit in actually sending money and support and resources to Adolf Hitler. Yeah, pretty weird. And now Netanyahu has spoken out. Now, obviously the most powerful man in Israel has spoken out and explained that Hitler himself wasn't trying to kill the Jews. A Muslim decided to do that. A mullah decided to do that. And this is Netanyahu's take on the whole thing. And he's a true Zionist because he's obviously in charge of Israel. Now, I'm not hating on Zionists, don't get me wrong, but I'm concerned about their goal of world global domination. But Netanyahu straightened this whole thing out about Hitler. Listen to this.
And this attack and other attacks on the Jewish community in 1920, 1921, 1929 were instigated by a call of the Mufti of Jerusalem, Haj Amin al-Husseini, who was later sought for war crimes in the Nuremberg trials because he had a central role in fomenting the final solution. He flew to Berlin. Hitler didn't want to exterminate the Jews at the time. He wanted to expel the Jews. And Haj Amin al-Husseini went to Hitler and said, if you expel them, they'll all come here. So what should I do with them? He asked. He said, burn them. And he was sought during the Nuremberg trials for prosecution. He escaped it. Later died in cancer after the war, died of cancer in Cairo. But this is what Haj Amin al-Husseini said. He said, the Jews seek to destroy the Temple Mount. My grandfather in 1920 seeks to destroy the Al-Aqsa Mosque. So this lie is about 100 years old.
All right, so I think we've got a little bit of backup now. Believe me, I'm not hating on Israel. I actually see Israel as a strong ally. I'm not in any way hating on Zionists or Ashkenazis or Jewish people. I'm more concerned about the overreaching stretch of the Zionist movement and its attempt for global domination. Now, you can run your mouth off about something about a holocaust, but not in this room. I don't allow the holocaust theory being presented because it's completely wrought with bias and corruption. I've seen people put the actual photographs that Adolf Hitler used of certain Jewish kids that were plumped up for videotape or for filming. I've seen them use that as proof that Auschwitz was a resort hotel for the children. And I will not allow that in the show. Not after what I've seen. The Holocaust was real, and many people did die. You could also claim that not many people died in the gas chambers. Seriously, doesn't matter if they died of typhus, they still died, right? And they still were in concentration camps, so don't kid yourself. Yeah. So anyway, R.I.P. to Nipsey Hussle, who was pretty much trying to do a movie about Dr. Sebi, who died in Honduras, who was exposing all kinds of corruption in the big pharma industry. And he died himself of pneumonia when he was neglected. He didn't give him any antibiotics. He basically died like anybody would with pneumonia. Even children die in Honduras and other areas. So when Dr. Sebi died, exposing the story is something that Nipsey Hussle was going to do. And now the documentary is on pause, but others are talking about possibly making the documentary so that they can actually do it. There are people that are going to put this together, but yeah. So this is the doctor who he was going to do a documentary about. Apparently they were in the stages of developing it. So hopefully this will come forth. Many people believe that Nipsey Hussle died with a shootout because he was targeted. And if there's a connection to this documentary being made or not made,
you don't even need that. Because there's
call from 178-578-34896.
Sure. I don't have it. Yeah, I don't have that. Hey, you're not allowed to ever post anything on here regarding this fake account. Sarah doesn't have a Twitter account. Yeah, so anything you post there is completely, it's a bannable offense. How eating undercooked pork can kill you by invading your brain. Yes, neural scans of white spots reveal how a teenager who died with parasitic larvae built up his central nervous system and triggered deadly seizures. Wow. So apparently you need to avoid undercooked pork, right? Okay, thanks for the heads up, Mr. Bill. There's also botulism. Don't forget, that could easily kill people in mass. Undercooked pork, thank you. I ate a piece of pork last week that tasted so tender I thought it was like from another planet. I think it was suffering from a freezer burn or something. There's a video of the shooting? Okay. Warning, this video is... Okay, Esteban. Yes, Esteban, can I help you? It was not a luxury resort. I know. I'm fully aware of the luxury retreat that people had for... Hang on, I'm looking at a live shooting. I'm fully aware of the luxury retreat they had for the Nazis, yes. And I'm also familiar with the fake video that was done by Hitler, or the fake film that was done by Hitler as promotion for Auschwitz, and how that's been used by Hala hoax people as promoting the idea that Auschwitz was a luxury hotel resort. Seriously. The videos are not in any way CGI'd after the war. In fact, the film was developed and ran all the way up through the 1980s. CGI wasn't developed until the early 80s in my mind, that I know of. Rotoscoping occurred prior to the 80s. We're talking about pre-digital era, so your numbers and your information are wrong. Nothing can be faked after the fact. We have the actual film from 1946 that Eisenhower had the bodies being picked up with forklifts and put in mass graves. You'd have to be an idiot to believe in the Hala hoax. Yeah, anyway. Hey, obviously a Hala hoax thing is not allowed here. So don't call again, okay, Esteban? Thanks. Yeah, boy. I mean, I told him that Hala hoax is not allowed here. Any way you can construct this BS that CGI has been done on film that was developed in 1946 is such a crock of crap. I got to take a musical break. This is beyond belief. Anybody who comes up with that thought is retarded. You probably believe, and I'm just going to throw it out there, that the earth is somehow flat, which it's not.
My feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good. Just turn my world around, cause you're the peace I find. If you sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. My feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good to be true.
Okay, I want everyone to know that there's been a conspiracy to pollute everybody in our world. Yeah, and I don't mean marijuana. You're getting polluted because you probably enjoy smoking a little doobie now and then. But while we're getting polluted with legalized marijuana in the state of Washington, we're also getting sprayed with what is called a chemtrail. And that's something that we can't possibly ignore on Conspiracy Monday. Chemtrails are part of a daily event here in Washington. I get sprayed constantly. Every single day is like an endless battle to breathe. And you notice the Democrats won't even talk about chemtrails. They won't even mention it. Neither will the Republicans. They're in a discussion about climate change, which is absurd. I mean, we're facing climate rape right now, not climate change. Hey, does this total collusion thing bother you? I'll pull it off if you Republicans are really upset. But yeah, we'll call it climate rape. That's a better word for it. Not climate change. And none of these two parties will ever even discuss this. They'll say that you're a whack job if you think that you're being sprayed, even though all these photographs obviously show what's happening. Obviously. See what color we can use rape with. How about purple? The color of purple. Because we're all being essentially raped climate-wise. Yeah, look at... CNN can say whatever they want. They're a complete shill for the AIPAC-dominated Zionist two-party system. They're going to lie through their teeth about everything. I'm telling you, the two parties are wrought with corruption. That's why we're not getting any truth about chemtrails. Yeah. Anyway, I call it climate rape. You can call it whatever you want. We need to stop it, basically. There's no way we can possibly sit back and just watch and hope this just goes away on its own. They're poisoning us. They're literally dumping chemicals on us. Aluminum, strontium. Okay, we're going to take a look at this tragic shooting. Cover your eyes. This could be a warning for you viewers. Let's take a look. This is the shooting that happened to Grammy Award nominee. Yeah. He's walking along there. Okay, I got to lower it a little bit. Hang on. There he is right there. He's walking along, nothing going on. Walking along. And then guys turn on him and he starts shooting him. Oh my God. They just shot the guy. And everybody ran from the scene. Wow. This is horrible. The groups that are gathering in Los Angeles right now are astronomical. Nipsey Hussle, man, has passed away. He was gunned down in the streets of Los Angeles, California. And we have some live photographs of the actual event from another angle here. You're going to see the actual reaction of people and how they love him from this video I'm going to play you right now.
And also Slauson Avenue in the Hyde Park area. Unclear the other victims' conditions at this time. We're told that 3 people were shot.
That's Nipsey Carter, Beamer.
We've been through so many different tumultuous situations in the parking lot, but the purpose was for what's gonna happen on June 17th. I brought up that story just to let you know, like, you know,
Hey, we're going to give you a video tonight, 15 minutes of Nipsey up close and personal. An Illuminati New World Order hit, they're saying, because he was trying to expose holistic doctor deaths that have happened, over 88 of them in the past few years, 5 to 10 years. 88 holistic doctors have been killed mysteriously. So we'll play that tonight in our show. We got it in the lineup after 10 o'clock p.m. Now, the Democrats are putting together a constitutional amendment. Let me see if I can bring this to you. Democrats are proposing a constitutional amendment to end the Electoral College. I'm actually in favor of that. I think that's great. It does seem like a time to do that, especially with them controlling the House. Amendment to abolish the Electoral College. And it's getting support from Dick Durbin and Dianne Feinstein. But the thing is, we need something else, possibly even term limits, attached to this amendment. That's my little point I'd like to make. Term limits would limit people like Dianne Feinstein from having 16 terms as senator and amassing a large fortune of over $88 million. Same with Nancy Pelosi. So I think an abolishing the Electoral College should be mixed and matched with an end term limit bill. That's what my opinion is. I don't in any way support the idea of ending representation and representative democracy, but the Electoral College, you can see in the past election, was rigged by the Russians. And the Russian vote overtook the popular vote. I don't see how we can sit back and allow Russians to rig elections in the future. That's why I'd like to end the Electoral College. Thank you. It's more likely if we randomize this and open up a popular vote and make sure everything is secure with a Diebold voting system, we'll have security over our future elections. In no way can I sit here and say that the Electoral College isn't riggable when we know it is. Much more riggable than the popular vote. You see, when you spread things out among a larger number of factors in a statistical analysis, it randomizes and it reduces the risk for corruption. That's why the popular vote is definitely the way to go over an Electoral College vote. So I'm in favor of the Democrats' push to get rid of it. If you'd like to read more about it, the Daily Beast has an article. You can check it out. Educate yourself, my man. That's what I'm talking about. You got threatened for watching your show. What do I do? I don't know. I mean, just tell them to not watch this. You're not watching the show, but watch secretly. Okay. Are you in North Korea right now? Are you currently being threatened by Kim Jong-un? Hello there. Bannable offense. What's your question? I don't ban anybody who threatens me, Stephen Jobs. And the only reason why you got unbanned last night or 2 nights ago is because I was enormously generous. Now, if you come in here and talk about any of these people that are slamming me or trolling me out there on the internet, along with any personal issues, you're gone. You want to hang out and talk about the issues, you can hang out with us. Okay, I'm trying to educate you trolls as to what's going on. Let's take a look at, guy claims he just shot Nipsey Hussle. Whoa, what's going on with this? This guy is going on camera.
Bro, so you telling me everybody else from nigga shot that dumb boy, nigga.
Okay, I'm not going to even run this in the recorded video because, as you know, YouTube has very strict guidelines. And I am not going to play that right now because it will literally get me kicked off the internet, or at least that video. Oftentimes, these people who are overly concerned about, violent talk, the N-word, for instance, it really has a big factor as to how I record these shows. So I will play it later, for sure. I've got it in the lineup. I put it in the Nipsey, actually it's under vaccines and our current show tonight, New 1904, for the 4th month of the 19th year, past 2000. Nipsey can't possibly be alive, man. Yeah, I had to cut it off for YouTube. I don't really trust what they're going to say. Was he saying racial slurs? Yeah, I can't allow that. And I urge you to realize that the N-word is not appropriate. It only inspires a lot of hostility. Now, being I did a blackface video impersonation of Barack Obama, I am walking a fine line here, but in no way do I want to inspire racism. And I've never been racially motivated for doing that. I wanted to reveal the New World Order connection to Barack Obama. And I'd also like to reveal the New World Order connection to Donald Trump, which is pretty obvious. You see, Donald Trump and the Democrats are both good friends with George Soros.
It was a very positive experience. It's a strange thing, because you see incredible suffering around you, and in fact, you are in considerable danger.
That was George Soros briefly, under 8 seconds, meeting and complying with all the Digital Millennium Copyright Act requirements. I can't play more than that, 8 seconds, without them taking this entire show and throwing it in the garbage, like they did to a show that we did a couple days ago. We were hit pretty hard by YouTube, and they knocked an entire show off of the YouTube system, and I'm waiting to upload that version to 153news.net. We're hoping to get that out. That'll be coming. But we've been already censored recently on videos like that about George Soros. What I will tell you is George Soros financed a building in New York that Trump built, one of Trump's buildings. He financed that, $160 million he loaned Trump. So Donald Trump and George Soros are very close. George Soros is on record talking about how he enjoyed the period of time when he and his uncle were walking around pulling the gold teeth out of Jews that had died in the death camps like Auschwitz. George Soros has a very dark past. And he talked about what a great time it was in that video I just showed you. Yeah. So I can't play that on YouTube. They'll clamp down on it hard. Yeah. Okay, the first court session leaked. Jussie Smollett's first court. I don't think this is real. I think it's make-believe, but let's play it anyway. It's funny. Jussie is an example of corruption in America, how they got off with it. Essentially, Michelle Obama made a phone call, and one of her campaign people made a phone call to Kim Foxx, who claims she recused herself from the Jussie Smollett case. But it turns out Kim Foxx did manipulate the case and threw it out, even though the police have said that there's more than a preponderance of evidence verifying that Jussie Smollett did the crime of fakery.
The defendant is 36-year-old actor Jussie Smollett. Jussie claims he was attacked by 2 white men and that he's the victim of a hate crime.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Judge Parson. Been sworn in. You may be seated.
This is a case where you claim somebody assaulted you.
Yeah, are you there?
I get threatened all the time.
You know you annoyed me. Let's hear what happened, because something happened.
I went to the subway and got the order. During that time, I texted my manager, thinking that he was still in Australia.
Listen to me.
Well, I don't know, but we're gonna go ahead and unban you right now. BARRYG.
I kept walking, and then I heard.
Is that right?
Empire. I turned around and
I
said,
you got banned because you posted some ridiculous video that has nothing to do with the show, and it's related to
this is a story you're making up in your own head.
It's the truth.
I don't believe you. How's that?
You don't even want to see the truth.
You have to understand something. I am unsympathetic to you.
I'm sorry, but
Then what did you do?
And I look down and I see that there's a rope around my neck.
You know how stupid this is? How people make up these stories? What's wrong with you? Is not an answer. You're an idiot.
It feels like if I had said it was a Muslim or a Mexican or someone black, I feel like the doubters would have supported me a lot more.
You're an idiot.
Okay, we're going to unban somebody here. Yeah. I accidentally banned somebody earlier. Wasn't that funny? You know, I think Judge Judy really should preside over a mock hearing with Jussie Smollett. And I think Al Sharpton should be in attendance calling it a hate crime still. That'd be funny. I mean, I really don't think that Saturday Night Live is going to do it justice. Did you see the Mueller encounter with Saturday Night Live with Robert De Niro? That was pretty good. I have that on our lineup. I may just go ahead and play it later tonight. Juicy, yeah. I don't care what his name is called. I did unban all recently. I've only unbanned a few people, like no more than 15 since I unbanned all. Judy Smollett video. Is that the same thing I just played? Yeah, we just played that. But I will play it again, man. Absolutely. You know, what I really don't understand is how people think that free speech is illegal in America. I've got a video out there where I got mad one day. I got verbally aggressive in a chat room. We were cooking, and Sarah and I got into a conversation about housing, and I got verbally, verbally aggressive when I tried to defend people that are homeless who are living in tents. And Sarah and I had this misconception at the time that we differed on the big issue of should people living in tents have to work to have that tent or have to work to get services. And I really am I'm very specific about that issue because I lived around homeless people when I was living at the beach down in Venice, California, and I met a lot of homeless people, and they're not about to work to get free services. It's just not going to happen. And that's why I was so aggressive in that video. But yeah, there are a couple videos out there that I'm probably not proud of, like that one, and I am proud of the blackface video, though. I think it was the right thing to do at the right time to make obvious sarcasm about a man who is corrupting our country, Barack Obama. And I don't mind doing it. It wasn't a slam against black people. It was simply an impersonation of a black president. How do you do that in whiteface? Well, let's be clear. I'm married to a transgender who happens to have a penis. I mean, how do you express that? That's what I think Michelle was and is. I mean, I've got solid evidence right here of something moving in her pants. And I don't have to go into detail to point out the specific obvious nature of this. I mean, I can just strap it over my face here. Look at that. I'm not into this at all, but I'm sorry, but you'd have to be in total denial to say that's not a penis. Michelle has a penis and a testicle. You can see it flying in the wind there. Blowing in the wind. These times are changing. It's blowing in the wind. All I can tell you is this is a penis and a testicle. I cannot describe. This is not photoshopped. And for us to sit here and be lied to by these people every single day in the media, it's something that's dangling in our face. They're taunting us with the stupidity that obviously they themselves think is hilarious. They think it's funny they could install a homosexual married to a transgender in the White House. They think that was funny. What will they do next? Install some CGI creation or a robot as your president? I mean, you got to wonder what's coming next. What's their next big game against the stupid people in the world? Okay. Let's check our chat list here. Okay, good. Now, I want everyone to know, too, that Sarah does not have a Twitter account, so anybody impersonating her is not her. And just so you know, anybody can hack together video and make it look damning to anybody, so don't worry about that. Here's Nipsey Hussle's top 10 rules of success. Wow. I didn't know. This is Nipsey. Have a plan. Get rid of doubt. Step-by-step list of things to get your goal. Oh, is this really Nipsey's? Hard to have faith in what you're doing if you don't. Keeps you pushing. Having a plan keeps you pushing. Attain your goal, then you create another one. This is the guy who just got killed. He keeps, without a game plan or strong sense of faith, he spelled that wrong, in what you're doing, it'd be really hard to accomplish anything. Don't alienate your brand. This is the Nipsey Hussle guy, his tips for success. Find leverage. Netflix, YouTube, cell phones connected to the world. Sounds like he had a pretty a pretty front-forward plan for his goals. It wasn't part of his game plan to wear a bulletproof vest outside his store. I mean, we don't have Snapchat, Victory. Yeah. The reason why we're not engaged in on Instagram or Snapchat is because there's too many people faking what we're doing. Sarah doesn't have a Twitter account.
My Twitter account is third party or a U.S. third party.
Yeah. Third party or U.S. third party. That'll get you either Sarah or I. All right. She can answer for herself, of course. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. We've been dealing with stalkers for some time, and any of you people who are involved in the stalking activity will probably end up being pulled out. Yeah. Now, anybody who is part of the stalking group is not allowed to be in the show, just so you know. If you have a plan, oh, good night. I guess Max said good night. And Max has a pesto recipe he sent us.
Yeah, he says I'll totally be addicted.
Awesome. I can't wait. I want to make our own pesto because that pesto is expensive. It's like $9 a jar at Costco, but it's really good.
Yeah, I should probably start making my own.
Well, you have to buy basil. I guess you have to buy a couple plants of basil. And
yeah.
Because it takes a lot of basil. We don't sell anything. That's the point. We're not into money, and we're not here to promote money. And I think many of you people understand that Donald Trump is all about money, and that's why we have the problem we have with Russian collusion and all kinds of things.
I should grow basil. That's a good idea, because I do love basil.
We should, yeah. There was a study done in the mid-1980s that basil was just as toxic as pesticides.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, the scientist in Berkeley did a study that basil, he felt, was just as toxic as a pesticide that you would get normally. And it does have a toxin on it, and it drives insects away, basil does. If you plant it in your garden, it's also one of those things that will actually be a natural pesticide. Yes. So I don't know how safe it is to eat a lot of basil, but...
David has a nice knife and a nice cutting board, I think, too.
Oh, basil loves lots of water. Yeah, you're right.
Yes, I do have a topic for Saturday night, but you can give me other topics. I can add them to my list. But my topic this Saturday for PolitiChat is universal basic income.
Oh, good.
Well, we kind of talked about that before, but yeah. A lot of plants like a lot of water. Oh, really, Victory? I did not know that. Oh, goodness gracious. Actually, I thought David's been using the knife set that Dr. Meow gave him more recently, but I'm not sure. Yeah, working on it, Stephen. Steve Jobs. Stephen P. Jobs, that's funny. Slowly working on it. Yeah, I did have a fun time at my party on Friday night with my friend. Very, just a few women. They're Christian women, I guess, but it was a birthday party. I wouldn't consider myself religious, but it was a birthday party for a friend, so I went, and it was good. I liked their little games. They had like a game where it was like something about trying to guess that you put all the names of each person puts 10 names of famous people in a bowl, and then you work on teams to try to guess as many names as you can, and it was cute. And then they had this other game too, but Damascus, I thought Damascus, is that how you say it? Thanks, May Lily. How does David pronounce it? That's how you actually say it? Damascus? Damocus? Damocus knives or Damascus? Okay, I say Damascus and David says Damocus? Really? I guess I haven't heard him say that. I thought maybe it's like, when you read and you see words that are like transposed and you come up with a different word in your mind. But anyway. Damascus, yes. Damask. Oh, I think David has said Damask. And I always say Damascus because I think I always say it because I grew up in a Christian home. So it goes back to that religious thing, huh? Yes, Damascus knife. Yeah, dinner was good. I had a chicken and rice and a little bit of asparagus. It wasn't a whole lot. Well, because I saved half of it for David. And then I probably could have eaten all of it. So then I had some coconut clusters. So that's what I had for dinner. I might have some walnuts or something a little bit later. But yeah. I do use red wriggler worms to create compost, which is really good. Red wriggler worms, the scientific name is Eisenia foetida. They can eat their body weight in one day. They eat the bacteria that grows on food scraps. That's pretty cool. Oh, Mr. Bill. I like to listen to alternative music. Sometimes I listen to like 90s music, but I minus the rap. I would say some hip hop and some boy bands were pretty good, things like that. Well, I haven't done the powder, but I have drank coconut milk, but I don't know if it's actually less calories than regular milk, because usually coconut oil can be pretty high in calories. Pretty soon, Captain Howdy. Pretty soon. Maybe half an hour. Come back in like 15 minutes and Dave might be back then, probably. That's not my account. I've told you before, that's not my account. Just because someone puts my face on online doesn't make it my account. I'm sorry you were upset to hear it wasn't me. I can follow you. Our account is third party, and then I can follow you. Yes, David was saying that I should probably do that. For a while I was just gonna let it go, but maybe I should do that. Especially with some of the things I've seen that person post. But you're real? Okay. I'll have to see if I'm logged in. Let me first see if I'm logged into Twitter at all. They probably just post on Saturday evening because that's when they know I do the PolitiChat. So that's good to know. Thank you. I'll have to have David sign in to his third-party account. Yeah, actually my spring break is right now. Yes, for this week, so I didn't have school today, which is really good. And then all this week I don't have school. And it's a really good time to do... I don't want to follow that account, Barry. But anyway, it's good because I have yeah, I was doing some spring cleaning today, which was really nice, and now I have to do, of course, there's some things that I have to do over spring break, which I'm kind of postponing by doing cleaning instead. I did a little bit of gardening today, but one of the things I have been postponing is the paperwork for third party. The FEC paperwork. It's only, thankfully, it's only quarterly, which is nice. But I used to be someone, like, I did not mind filing taxes. I used to be someone that didn't mind doing paperwork, but now I do put off doing those FEC reports. But it's fine. And thankfully it's only once every quarter rather than like every month or something like that. And I'm glad I'm not, I used to think I could do CPA work, but I'm really glad I'm not a CPA. Oh, thank you so much. Good. Okay, I have to log in first. I think David does have third party and US third party. I think I'm going to take over the US third party, change the password on that one, and then I'll do the impersonation thing. Thank you for the form though, because it is kind of ridiculous. It'd be nice to see me have my own account. Okay. Well, and is there any problem with having multiple accounts? Like, I believe I have different parts of my being. Like, I'm a teacher, which you all know, but I don't talk about my politics in the classroom, and I don't really talk about what goes on day to day for teaching on this show. So I wouldn't mind having like a separate one for education and one for politics, but anyway. Yeah, if someone's impersonating you on Twitter, we have to sign up for a Twitter account in order to fight the person impersonating us. Ridiculous. Well, that's fine, Barry. But I do have, like at school, I started growing some broccoli. I should probably grow some basil. That's a really good idea. But I started growing some broccoli seedlings from seed, and then I also grew some peas from seed. So I have to go in and make sure that even though I'm on my break, I go in and make sure they're watered. Oh, so any of you could go in and tell them that they're impersonating me. Thank you, Andrew. I appreciate that. Thank you, Barry. Thanks. Yeah, because it's ridiculous. Some of the things they posted, you know me, some of the things they posted I would never ever post because I'm a good person, or I'm a modest person. I have never tried celery seed. I have a great story about tomatoes for you. You planted tomatoes or oregano, parsley, and chives. With tomatoes last year, I started composting with the students full time. Well, third and fourth graders. Anyway, I started composting their food scraps from the cafeteria, and then I said, just go spread this compost over on the garden beds, and we had garden beds nearby. And then we did not plant a single tomato seed on purpose or a tomato seedling or anything like that. And in almost every single garden bed, tomatoes came up because they all came up from the food scraps that the kids composted, which was pretty amazing. And there was not only that, but they had all different types of tomatoes. There was Roma tomato seeds, Roma tomato plants, and cherry tomato plants, and beefsteak tomato plants all came up from the compost. Yes, I did compost properly. Vermicompost, which is so great. They're called, a lot of people call them volunteers when that happens. And I still actually have some tomatoes David can show you on Thursday. I have the tomatoes that we harvested in the fall because they didn't get enough sunshine. So they're still like turning red. But yeah, my favorite are probably cherry and grapes. I love grape tomatoes and cherry tomatoes. But there's nothing like homegrown tomatoes. They were so good. And it was a really good year for them. Like usually when we grow tomatoes up here in this area, the It always, like, it's such a short growing cycle that the tomatoes don't, grow very much or very long. I don't know who doesn't love cherry tomatoes. Wait, he has my picture on him, on his thing here. Oh, he has the picture of a butcher. Okay. No, Andrew. Oh, goodness. Okay. Well, I appreciate someone reporting that imposter Twitter of me. You got 2 plants of cherry tomatoes. Yum. I did not do a prank today. One time I did do a prank on my parents on April Fool's Day. I need to call my brother. It's his... Today, I should call him. I don't think that's the case, Barry, because they had a different picture of me. They had a picture like side angle like this or something on the Twitter account, where Andrew's picture of me is different. It's like an angel or something like that. Yeah, something weird. You have a watermelon growing? Watermelon, nice. Oh, you have a garden growing with watermelon, squash, cucumbers, tomatoes, and Swiss chard. I like Swiss chard, rainbow chard. You know, the great thing about Swiss chard is you can use it for, like, instead of lettuce or anything like that. I guess it's okay. You also have bell peppers and ghost peppers and cabbage. Wow. Nice, a big garden. Yes. Well, sometimes chard, everything takes a lot of water. That's like my least favorite thing. Like, the one thing I don't like to do is water. I don't mind watering in like a tray of seedling starts, but I do not like standing there for like 30 minutes with the hose and watering. I hate that. I just feel like I have way too many things to do rather than just water. Yeah, okra would be good. I have the soil at our house is really not good. That's one of the reasons I started composting, is because the soil at our house is not very good. But I've got to get back into composting because I haven't done it. We haven't done any composting in probably 2 months. End of January or something, maybe even 3 months. Well, end of January, so 2 months. We haven't done any composting at all. Oh, T-Rex or Rex 360 is here. Kale is healthy for you. One of the things that I like to do with kale, True Blue, and I haven't really grown it because I like growing broccoli, and you can do this with broccoli leaves too, is you take the leaves of kale and then you toss them in olive oil, and then you can put, I like to put Parmesan cheese, but you can just do a little salt, and then you bake them in the oven, and then take them out, and so it's like kale chips, which is really good. I know they sell kale chips in the health food stores around here, but I did not realize until last year that you can do the same thing with broccoli chips, and it is so good. I think you're great, Andrew, because you reported that imposter account, my Twitter imposter account. So I thank you for that. That's why I guess some people might be upset. I don't know. But yes, you've never, baked kale, and it actually, when it crisps up, first you have to like put olive oil on it, but it'll crisp up, and then you eat it like a chip, which is really good. Because do you usually like boil the kale? That's the only other way to eat it. Well, some people eat it like a coleslaw, I guess. But I'm trying kind of avoiding growing kale, even though it is really easy to grow around here, because my sister was saying that kale and broccoli are both brachias, and that if they can go to seed at the same time, and then when they go to seed and flower out at the same time, then the bees or the pollinators, they can cross-pollinate, and then you have something that's not. The seeds aren't the same. So that's why. My sister is taken, Salty, so there you go. Yes, but kale chips are like a health version of a potato chip, but sometimes the people around here, they put all this like Parmesan cheese and other things on their kale chips, so it doesn't seem that healthy. It's like, okay, how's that any healthier than a potato chip? Because you're putting all of the same stuff, if not more.
Thank you.
I guess she's okay. I don't really talk to her anymore, Captain Howdy. Yeah. But broccoli anyway, and kohlrabi. So kale, kohlrabi, broccoli, cabbage, they're all those brachia things. And then you have to, whenever you grow those, you have to rotate your bed so that you don't grow them in the same place at least a few years. Good to know about the kale. Yeah. I wouldn't try the same with Swiss chard, though. I wouldn't make Swiss chard chips. But broccoli leaves are really good. And they taste like broccoli. They're really good. Wash them. Put olive oil on them. A tiny bit of salt. Bake them. I love those. All right. I could eat a ton of imported cheese of any kind. I love cheeses. Any kind of cheeses I think are really delicious. Lard is cheaper. Well, it's cheaper for a reason. It's not as healthy. It's not good. I used to like pork skins, but not anymore, really. I haven't eaten them in a long time. David keeps me nice and healthy, which I appreciate. No, I really don't, Barry. Yeah, I don't. I don't go to church. Not anymore, anyway. I don't think I've been like 20 years. Yeah, at least 20 years since I met David. Yeah, I sometimes I still believe, and sometimes I question things. I've never eaten pig's feet. I never plan on having a pig's foot or hog's foot or whatever. It was just non-denominational. Mr. Luscious Lionball, I went to non-denominational church. All right. Yeah, actually, that's probably true, Barry. I only question when life isn't going well, but when life is going great, I believe. Yeah, that's probably true. Isn't that the case for most people? Right? But actually, it's more than that for me. It's sometimes it's not necessarily my own suffering, but I see people that are around me that might be suffering, or that I question, like, why is that person here alive or whatever, and then that's when I question things. But I actually but maybe there's a reason, but I do believe. Oh, I hate bologna, Dry King. I hate it. There's only one thing in the world I hate more than bologna. But I do have a whole long list of the things that I hate. Oh God, I hate bologna. Like, hate it. Hate. And hate is a strong word. Eggs, I don't like and pretty much hate, but not as much as bologna. Because at least eggs, there are certain ways you can cook an egg, and I will eat it, and I do eat eggs, but German sausages, I don't remember. Maybe. I just don't like Polish sausage. I do like Italian sausage. I probably like German sausage. I don't remember having that. No. I don't like eggs that are runny. Well, I'll eat them, but as long as the whites aren't runny. You added a new option, in animated chat is optional. Cool. Sometimes you crave bologna. Oh, cool. That's awesome. I do like bratwurst. I hate Polish sausage, though. Sorry, but I do. I like Polish people, but I just don't like their sausage. I've had anchovies, and they're not bad. I actually like the saltiness of anchovies sometimes. Goodbye, salty dog. Goodbye. I do like pickles. I don't usually like pickled vegetables, but I'll eat it. I'm not a big vinegar fan. Like, I hate, that's the other thing I hate is sauerkraut, hot dogs, ham, Swiss cheese. I have this weird face when I'm thinking of all the things I don't like. I do like fried pickles too. Those are better than pickles. I like sweet pickles, but sauerkraut I don't like. Hopefully Ghost. No, he's just on to harass the next female he can find, Ghost. I think that's what he's doing. What do you eat? I eat coconut clusters and walnuts and fruit. I'll eat pretty much any kind of fruit. I haven't had jackfruit, so I don't know if I like that yet. I'll eat bratwurst, but not sauerkraut. I like most vegetables. I like red meat. I don't like pork, though, usually. My favorite kind of steak is a flat iron steak. Or, I mean, ribeye too, but I don't eat that very often because it's usually expensive. Yeah, almonds is good. Yeah, all of those, True Blue, I would like that. I love fajitas. David does not make them very often, but I love fajitas. David always has this, like, I don't know. He calls it fajitas, but it's not the same. Yeah, I like pretty much Mexican food, of any kind of Mexican food. I love Mexican food. And then, oh, I love Thai food and Indian food. Well, I haven't had all Indian food, but I love curries. I really love spicy food. Like, I went to this Thai restaurant and I finally said, all right, I want the spiciest peanut chicken that you have. And they're like, well, and I've always like backed down because they always say, well, our spice levels from this to this, from here to 12. And I always like back down at the end, and I'm like always saying, oh, well, I guess I'll take a 10 then. Really? But then last time I said, I want a 12. And it was finally spicy enough for me.
We should go out more to those kind of restaurants, because I do like that kind of food too, believe it or not. I mean, I've always had a spicy way back. I used to always eat like the spiciest stuff. I can handle some of it, but not too much on a daily basis, you know.
Yeah, you got the spiciest and it was weak. I do not like pho noodles. What's the point of our the pho noodles? I mean, what's the point? It's like ramen noodle soup.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
I don't get that either, and I don't like the addiction to ramen because it is high in fluoride.
I've had
tested it
in a pho restaurant, and I was just like,
I don't like.
Okay, I'm paying this much for soup.
Yeah, the ramen that they tested had a lot of fluoride in it. I don't know where it's coming from in the process, but ramen, yeah, it's high in fluoride. I would rather have. I prefer Chipotle and Tex-Mex style because it's a little, on the Mexican side.
Yeah, that's true. I love Mexican food of any kind.
I love that. It's because it has flavor.
I don't think I've ever met a Mexican dish I didn't like.
Yeah, me either.
So far.
We like Mexican food, I like Mexican food.
We usually make it, but I do really love it.
I know. We should go out. We should do that.
Yeah, or make it. I should make it like a taco thing or something.
Yeah, because when we go out, we get those GMO corn chips, and I don't like those. Every time I go to a restaurant, I ask, is your GMO corn, so I don't go to restaurants. They're all corn chips that are made from genetically modified corn. And when I found out about Epicite, I was shocked that it actually causes sterility in human people, people being human.
I like a taco salad with the flour tortilla bowl, and because I actually, my favorite part of it is the flour tortilla bowl where it's like crispy and
We bought those Ezekiel whole wheat sprouted organic. I want to make a wrap. I want to make a wrap. So a fajita wrap.
Like fajitas,
Fajita wrap coming up on Thursday. We're gonna make fajita wraps.
But like fajitas are like
chicken
I don't know.
fajita.
You usually do something and it doesn't seem like it's the same as
You have to
fajitas.
char it to get the fajita taste. I needed an outdoor
You
grill.
need lots of onions, peppers, and chicken, and then you don't add other things to it. But you sometimes add like rice, but you don't need to add rice.
No, you don't. And I would not add rice to this fajita chicken wrap that I'm going to make on Thursday.
Okay.
Yeah. And if I had a hibachi, I would fire up the grill and cook it outside. You know, you get that carbonization on the chicken, which I really prefer. But instead, I'm going to kind of duplicate it with chili powder and show you how to do it. Spanitas will be born on Thursday. Thank you. Good name. Spanitas. The Spanitas will be born. So I've got a few peppers that are right on the edge, but they're still very good. So we'll just throw them in there, grill them, and with onions and garlic, and throw some chicken on that with a little bit of tomato. Because fajita mix has to have a little tomato, just like a little diced tomato.
Yeah.
That might create like a low salt alternative, but we do need to add salt. So hot sauce, and I've got two kinds of hot sauces I'm going to present.
You've got that green chili one.
The green chili one, which is really you've had Tabasco green chili. This is the best. Wow.
It's not.
And I've also got an organic hot sauce I found from the O brand, which is Safeway's premier brand, which I told you many times. I was kind of at the beginning stages of that, talking about organics with the general manager of Safeway. Yeah.
I think his script did mess up. Sorry, Ghost.
Okay.
He's been messing with it. He's been doing something with scripting. Like he just made a animated chat thing. So
well, these are
playing around. He doesn't mean anything by it.
Okay, I gotcha. Would you ever let Joe Biden near Sarah? No.
I wouldn't let Joe Biden near me. No. And you know what? I used to actually like the guy. Like not like him, like him, but I used to think he was. I used to actually think he had it together, and now you can touch me. Yeah, you can get me in the same room with the guy.
Yeah, she doesn't trust him around women, but if Joe Biden did choose me as his VP, you'd have to be around him somehow, and I don't know how that would be.
No, I don't.
Well, that's true. You could just be in the background.
I don't have to do anything I don't want to
You're right. You're right. You don't have to do that. You're right. So you just step away from the whole position and just say, you know, I'm going to be in the background, David. You handle Joe Biden. So she could be in a motorhome outside with a statement saying Joe Biden is not allowed here. That would work. Hey, by the way, Mick Jagger has a heart valve that has to be replaced. So he's going in for a heart valve surgery.
Keep up the good work.
Thank you, Sarah. You're awesome. And thanks for being our hostess with the mostess twice now
I'm looking
tonight.
forward to fajitas. Oh, I'll be home, so I can make sure you cook it the way I want you.
She's going to make sure I cook it the way she'll be in the show because she will be home on this one. And it's going to be a fajita wrap, which is unusual. But I think I want to do it. I want to pull it off. Thank you. That's the sound. I love that sound. The sound of an audience. So as Mick Jagger heads for heart surgery, Keith Richards continues to defy the odds. Everybody thought Keith Richards was the one that was going to burn out. And he's the guy that looks more, burnt out than any of them. But there he is, Keith Richards. Looking good, drinking his sport IPA. Hanging in there, Keith Richards and Mick. There he is. Who thought he'd be the stone to crack? Mick Jagger will undergo heart surgery in New York City this week, as is permanently pickled bandmate. Apparently, Keith Richards drinks quite a bit. Get his kicker. He's going to get his ticker fixed. Well, we'll be praying for him, Mick. I hope you feel better. Mick's got that look. I don't know what. I can't even duplicate it. I'd have to get. Well, I'd have to be 75 years old to do it, and I'm a mere 59, going on 59 in April. The lip look. How does he do it? Well, he lips his mouth out like this, and British. I'm going to be in the hospital. I'm going to be detained in the hospital this week, and I want everyone to know that you're my fans, and I hope I'll be back. Don't worry, the trip will go on, brother. The trip will go on. The trip will go on. Famous last words. Hopefully not. Hopefully Mick Jagger will be available to do his show. Now, a lot of people are told, keep your tickets. Don't get rid of your tickets. Our next guest is Ed McMahon. Hostess and Mimosas. I would love to play your Hostess and Mimosas, but right now I'm a little bit more I Love Lucy. David Donald. Donald
and
David.
After 3 years of lies and smears and slander, the Russia hoax is finally dead.
Hold on there, buddy. I'm not going to end the Russia hoax. I'm still rolling with it. Collusion went all the way to Bill Barr. William Barr has essentially should recuse himself. He can't really decide if Donald Trump colluded or obstructed. The man wrote a letter to Rod Rosenstein 15 days. He actually wrote a 19-page letter asking Rod Rosenstein to not look into the Michael Flynn Russian connection or anything. That's clearly working in favor of Russia. So William Barr clearly is working for Russia right now, as is obviously Robert Mueller. I don't know what they paid him, but if they move suitcases of cash, I wish we had videotape of that. Somebody said he stood outside the White House and he was saying that there was like 5 suitcases of cash moving the day that Mueller decided that he wasn't going to pursue obstruction. Yeah. I'm not sure if that was 3 weeks before Barr even said there was no obstruction, but it really isn't his to say, because remember, Jeff Sessions recused himself for a similar reason. So William Barr really needs to step down and possibly recuse himself in this entire event. It is moving forward. Adam Schiff is making progress. They're opening up a whole file on Cindy Cruz and her involvement. There's also a potential discussion about the money that went from the Maria Butina to the NRA, which could evolve into something big, because remember, the NRA made Donald Trump a $30 million donation toward the key moment in the election. And right after that, Donald sent a check of $26 million off to one of Melania's party planners, Stephanie. We have that too. So that's very suspicious. The fact that Robert Mueller dropped the case without even pursuing 10 years of IRS returns is ridiculous, absurd. 10 years. Donald, I'll gladly show you my tax returns, but I'm under audit. I can't show it to you right now. He can't possibly still be under audit. And by the way, the IRS said we can't see his tax return. So he's hiding something. And there's a preponderance of evidence, all in the minutia and the details, that Mueller has put together. 300-plus page documents. We don't know the exact number, but yeah, it's a bag full of collusion. So for us to sit back and say, oh, no collusion, it's all a big witch hunt, that's just BS. We're on it, and believe me, the American people aren't going to sit back and watch this guy get away with it either. Our country should not be working for Russia right now. Now, I found out today that Russia flew over, you're not going to believe this, but Russia flew over Area 51. Now, mind you, Donald Trump met a day after he fired James Comey with top Russian diplomats secretly with TASS News Service there, and we still don't know what he talked about. Was it this topic of Area 51? Are they working on Russian flyovers? Because check this story out. If this doesn't blow your mind and make you think that we're in total collusion land, I don't know what does. Yeah. I'm going to show you this. Came just in today from dailymail.com. Russian aircraft. Let's take a look. Russian aircraft flies over Area 51 and other U.S. military bases as part of the Treaty on Open Skies. Now, this is the first time Russia's ever done this in our country. I'm showing it right now. Yep. Isn't that amazing? Check it out. I'm telling you, we've been compromised. Our country is under the control of Russia at the executive branch. Not only I warned all of you. Yes, it's real. I warned you, Russian supporters, or excuse me, Republicans, that it was traitorous to support Trump at that junction when we truly saw that he was compromised. David, how can we be sure you won't be compromised one day when you finally become president? Well, there's only one thing that really matters to me, and that's really getting a better country, improving the country, and stopping corruption. Obviously, I'm very close to Sarah, and we know what we do is very risky. But the most important thing I'm thinking about is improving the country, and I can't possibly do that by being their puppet, like Donald is. I have to represent the American people 100%. There's no other way we can do this. I'm risking my life all the way. Every day I get death threats. Every single day. I've had over 1,000 death threats on our show. And if I didn't have this level of commitment to the truth and to the American people, I couldn't even do this. It'd be stupid for me to do this. Padding my own pocket is not my goal plan at all. My plan is to simply take a salary and give 1/4 of it back to the U.S. people in D.C. through food banks and support for local homeless people. But that's just a starting point. We have to look at the big picture. How do we stop the corruption? It's not going to happen overnight. And I can't exactly wine and dine these people, because if I do, I would be corrupt too. So I have a standing order, no parties with the president, until we iron out all the corruption that we can in court. So no parties of the White House, strictly communication, and I'll be managing a large group of people through phone systems, an elaborate phone system, which will give us the ability to set up supervisors in every area to implement plans like building the Homestead Renewal Plan. Anyway, this is a shocking story. It is real. It's part of a treaty on open skies, and I never even heard of this until today. But Russia has operated surveillance flights over Area 51 in southern Nevada. Last week, a Tu-154M aircraft was captured flying over several military installations, meaning photographed. The move is legal under the Treaty on Open Skies, which allows countries to monitor each other to collect data on military forces and activities. You know, it's really a bizarre twist that they picked this time to drop in and look at the country. They're feeling very, very liberal with their beliefs. And you know what really concerns me is Vladimir Putin's threats, worldwide threats. He has a missile that could go 27 times the speed of sound, Mach 27. He claims to have underwater submarine missiles, torpedoes, if you will, that could literally destroy an entire coastline. And he brags about having the ability to launch and be within 5 minutes of America before we can respond. That's not the work of a person we want to just be nice to. And for Trump to be nice to him all along is really a danger to our country, and it's a national security risk for him to engage in a private phone call thing with Putin. Yeah. Now, the bottom line on the Mueller report is
Thomas Hicks Sr., Finance Vice Chairman.
The Mueller report didn't find Russian collusion. However, it can't exonerate on obstruction. Meaning obstruction is still very much on the table, considering Donald Trump fired James Comey and said he wanted to end the Russian thing. That is he makes him completely complicit in an attempt to commit obstruction of justice. Plus, you can't possibly forget the fact that Donald Trump Jr. flipped his testimony when he referred to a Senate subcommittee on what happened the day he met the attorney to end sanctions for Russia. And by the way, we haven't imposed sanctions since the inception of Donald Trump, except for a few minor exceptions. So we are dealing with Donald Trump Jr. actually saying that he was there to meet her to end abortions in Russia, or bring aborted fetus, or actually, no, excuse me, to help with adoptions from Russian babies. Thank you. He was doing something regarding adoptions of Russian babies, and then all of a sudden the testimony changed when Donald Trump weighed in on it. And you can't weigh in on something without actually engaging in witness tampering. And he actually flipped his testimony to meeting that woman, the lawyer, who was to end sanctions, to talk about emails from Hillary Clinton. That is not proven. I don't believe that in and of itself is has been verified, but if that's in the minutia of these documents, that'd be very good. In the meantime, Mueller completely ignored the important issues regarding Paul Manafort and the money laundering issue in Florida, where a lot of money could have come into Trump's hands. We estimate $109 million. And Mueller also ignored the most important issues facing Michael Cohen, which was the money that Michael Cohen gave to Donald Trump. Where did that go? Where did the money that Manafort gave Donald Trump go? Where did it go? If we don't know where that money went and how Trump got it, we're still sitting on that question mark. Did Trump get money for pay for play? And if he did get money for pay for play, is it the kind of money we're talking about, like millions of dollars? That's how much Michael Cohen got, $17 million for access to the president. That's some major money deals. And if Trump got any portion of that money, that is totally illegal. Plus, there's no investigation into Betsy DeVos's bribery, outright bribery to get her position as Secretary of Education. $9.5 million she donated to Donald Trump's election committee, which is an automatic and absolute violation of the FEC law. You can't spend more than $2,700 on a candidate. She dropped $9.5 million into an account. That's like clearly bribery. And that's not being investigated either. So all these issues have to be brought to the forefront if we're going to get anywhere with the obstruction charge. And that really is one of the high crimes and misdemeanors would be part of the impeachment process, which what I would hope that the Democrats would proceed with right now, because we're running out of time. The closer Russia gets to the center of our national security, the more access they have to secrets like they got through with Michael Flynn, the National Security Advisor for 24 days that Trump stuck in there, despite what Sally Yates said, that he was working for Russia. If we don't get ahead of this, we are already looking at total collusion. At the ultimate level, Trump could be taking orders from Putin to send our troops into Venezuela only to be slaughtered. I'm not kidding either. They would love to have a victory in a conventional war with our country. Oh yeah, that would make them feel so great. Don't you think that's what they're up to? Because I certainly do. Especially in Venezuela, where our country is acting as a rogue nation in and of itself, pushing for an economic hit on a country that's simply a socialist nation trying to survive economically. And to implant Guaido as though some great leader, which he clearly isn't, nor was he selected by the broad amount of Venezuelans as their leader. This is a coup, and we're sitting back witnessing a coup from within this political structure with the two parties refusing to look at it as a coup. The only people that I can see out there, even the Democratic Party, are actually the most far-reaching extremists like Omar. She seems to have a take on what's happening. I hate to be the person to say, hey, Omar, find out about your brother and whether you were married to him when you became a U.S. citizen. That's very pertinent. But I still believe that what she said about AIPAC is absolutely spot on. All right, Dave, there are lots of issues going on in Washington. It's unfair that politicians have unlimited money for hookers. Yeah. You know, Captain Howdy, they even have a slush fund of about $16 million, Congress does, to pay hush money. Isn't that amazing? They paid $16 million a year tax dollars to shut people up, women that were going to say that they'd been falsely touched like Joe Biden is accused of doing. Okay, multiple people injured near Nipsey Hussle vigil followed reports shot fired. Well, there's something going on right now, folks. The Nipsey Hussle gathering was more than just a bunch of people that were kind of fluoridated. It turns out that they're actually really pissed off, and some people got hurt again. Multiple people have been injured. This is NBC News, LA. Let's take a look. Wow. Photos of the mourners. I don't have a video on this, but yeah, multiple people appear to be injured in a possible shooting near the Nipsey Hussle Memorial in South Los Angeles tonight. Reports fired 8:30 p.m. Wow, that was just about 30 minutes ago. News Chopper 4 Bravo was over the scene and observed the crowd. Okay, let's see if we can get that feed. Oh, wow, this is quite a gathering. Look at this. Wow, I think I've been in that mall. It's a long, long time ago, though. A long, long time ago. Huh. Don't you hate it when you open up a screen and you can't get to the side to flip it? Oh, it's going down, sorry. That explains it. Okay, wow, we're looking at a vigil, a candlelight vigil already. People are really, really upset. Here's the Nipsey live feed. Okay, let's go there. Thank you. Appreciate it. Nipsey Hussle is the coolest name you've ever heard of. Wow. Well, he's dead now. And you've got an article on CBS? Okay, let's go there.
We're trapped. We're trapped. I know, but we're trapped. Trap videos, XXX.
This is live.
Kid tops skull. Jay Sean Miller. Loyalty over money. That's right, YouTube. YouTube. Shout out. Bad Girl. What's up, Bad Girl? The Losa boy. Manny Lopez. Randy Smith. Manny Lopez again. RL2. Chapo Guzman. Metal Mickey. Spider Loco. 97. It's going down. ECC. Go get Chapo. We might be going where El Chapo is.
Okay, we are now taking you to TMZ's version. This is footage from the actual shooting today, or on the 31st, sorry. Apparently, he's getting out. He's walking toward his car. This is a close-up of what's happening. We have not seen the close-up yet. Let's take a look. Something goes bad. They turn. Graphic footage. He got gangbanged. Somebody talking really loud. Somebody walks up and just boom. Right there. Shot. Holy crap. That's it. Man. All right, thanks to TMZ, we have a close-up of that footage. LA. Back to live.
Who's that tonight?
Chat.
Night. Fuck the police. FG. Buddy, Oakland. Hampton sucks. I can't say the rest. Devon Lewis. Rudy Stone. Trap Star. Yo, what's good, Trap Star? Smokey Davis. The Snake Jake. What up? Candace Rosa. Joshua Dolan. I stay down the street. Stay safe out there. I will do that. Rest in peace to the homie. Rest in peace, Nippy Hussle. Hey, Sam said fight the police. Hey, all said fight the police. I'm going in. Someone told me rush him. I'm going in. San Diego in the house. Rich Logo. Crystal. So sad. Oh, shit. Get ready. Where are we going? If we're surrounded, where are we going?
Okay, I'm going to drop out of that. I was in there talking, just wake up to Dr. Sebi. Dr. Sebi is this man who, he was doing a documentary about the death of holistic Dr. Sebi, who died of neglect when he was suffering from pneumonia. Many people believe they just got rid of him. And this documentary that Nipsey was involved in is still going on, according to some people. They're still going to do it, but they believe that he was targeted by gang members who were paid because of this documentary that he was about to do, exploring the possibility this man was killed because he was trying to stop Big Pharma and the cancer industry by coming up with holistic solutions to healthcare. So 88 people have died from this particular awareness growing among anti-cancer communities of holistic doctors. 88 people have died of unnatural deaths, and that Dr. Sebi video was exactly that. Rapper Nipsey Hussle shot 6 times. He was working on a documentary exploring Dr. Sebi. Here's the link. And here's a Twitter account that describes it. Dr. Sebi claimed in a New York newspaper ad that he could cure AIDS and was allegedly executed by way of U.S. medical corporations because his AIDS remedy would take away from their own profits. That's the allegation. And Dr. Sebi had this ability through holistic means of helping people with AIDS, and they didn't like that. They want to make money on this. They seriously do. And this documentary would have explained that. So killing this man too tries to shut down the story yet again. Yeah. And I talked about the possibility that there's a direct connection between this kind of a murder and the murder of Nancy Schaefer, which may very well be directed, from the CDC, or rather from CPS. She was investigating CPS back in 2010 in Atlanta and found that Child Protective Services were snagging kids out of houses and selling them into trafficking. And she discovered this, and then she was killed. She and her husband were killed right afterward. Very mysterious deaths. A lot of these deaths are all uninvestigated by our own FBI. So when you talk about conspiracies, Conspiracy Monday really is about how the government is not doing their job, how they aren't investigating false flags, finding out more solid information like the Parkland shooting. How come we're still wondering how come there's no CCTV footage of Nicholas Cruz near a gun? How come people are dying left and right from suicide, which looks a little mysterious, that maybe they were witnesses to something other than a real crime? Lots of allegations floating out there. I was jive talking. Hey, I'm worried about, the fact that these people who are exploring the possibility of corruption and in the cancer industry are getting killed too. I'm very worried about that. Sure. I'm also worried about the Clinton body count and the 130 people on the Clinton body count, which identifies people who have been killed who are right or about ready to testify against the Clintons. Like McDougal, one guy who had a heart attack within 1 hour of testifying. I mean, how weird is that? It may be about territory, man, but it also may just be a hired hit just to get rid of the guy. I mean, I'm sure it'd be pretty easy for these people to access somebody in the hood who would do that. I mean, come on, man. What are you, ignorant? They got ways of doing that, man. You know that? It's not about how you ignore some information and promote your own preferred subjects. Oh, okay. So you're defending Yahoo? Seriously? 6 people have been injured. That's right, CBS News, local. What's the story? Yeah, it was
a lawful warrant signed by a judge of the Immigration and Nationality Act and an official designated with that authority.
Are you hearing this, Mark?
Yeah, I'm telling him I'm on my way.
Our attorney's on his way.
Okay. What's that gonna?
That's not a warrant.
That is a warrant.
No, it's not. It's a Department of Homeland Security order.
It's a warrant.
Okay. No, it's not a warrant. It's not a warrant under the Constitution of the United States.
It's a warrant under the Immigration and Nationality Act of the United States.
Okay, that's fine, but it's not under the Constitution. You have no jurisdiction over me as a citizen. I'm the driver of this vehicle.
Okay, are you familiar with Title 8, Section 1324 of U.S. Code?
Somewhat.
Somewhat. In what regard?
I'm studying to be a Department of Justice accredited representative, so I've been through trainings.
Okay.
And I have copies of actually in this box right here, I have a copy of a real warrant and a copy of that, just so people know not to listen to that.
Okay, so you're aware of the statutes governing transporting and harboring illegal aliens in the United States?
I am.
Okay.
Well, his music is nice. I just am glad that he got off. He was pulled over after leaving court. Well, aside from the music, I don't know what's going on here, other than a statement about how ICE is being... Now, we have a guy in here who says he works at ICE, and he says, we at ICE are fed up with illegals, and you ended up... Yesterday, you and your friends from ICE captured 100 illegals. You took them in the middle of nowhere and beat the hell out of them. They had broken bones and bruises. That's sick, man. You're a sadist. Yeah. You're going to have to get, reported within your own ranks. Somebody's going to report you. Yeah, that's sadistic what you did. That's inhumane. I'm wearing black today because it's Conspiracy Monday, but it's in honor, in many ways, of all the people who've suffered from the conspiracy facts of deaths uninvestigated by the FBI. I'm wearing black today for Anthony Bourdain, who I clearly was having problems with Hillary Clinton when he tweeted that HRC operators, Hillary Rodham Clinton operators, were harassing him right before he ended up suiciding. An interesting note about Anthony Bourdain is his net worth prior to dying was $14 million. His net worth after dying was $1.5. So somehow he must have transferred all of his assets to the people that killed him. And if I were leading the FBI's search for information on Anthony Bourdain, I'd be doing that. Or Interpol. I'd give them all the info we could. I'm wearing black for Kate. Yeah. Kate Spade, her death was characterized very strangely by her husband, who wore a picture of a rat mask. Yeah. The day after she died of supposed strangulation. I'm wearing black for her.
Kate Spade's husband is hiding his grief in a mouse mask. 2 days after Kate's shocking suicide, Andy Spade left his Manhattan apartment wearing the bizarre mask. Photographers surrounded him and expressed sympathy as Spade appealed for privacy.
Sorry for your loss, Andy.
Meanwhile, the New York City Medical Examiner made it official. Cause of death, hanging. Manner, suicide. In a statement, Andy Spade confirms he moved out 10 months ago, but he and his wife remained close. We ate many meals together as a family. We were not legally separated and never even discussed divorce. The statement also denounced the leak of Kate's suicide note, which was addressed to their 13-year-old daughter, B, and reportedly declared, "B, I have always loved you. This is not your fault. Ask Daddy." We spoke to psychiatrist Dr. Gail Saltz.
It's not good for the child to blame the other parent. because they need a parent. And in their mind, they need a good parent.
Andy Spade said, I have yet to see any note left behind and am appalled that a private message to my daughter has been so heartlessly shared with the media. He also expressed shock at the suicide. We were in touch with Kate the night before, and she sounded happy. But Kate's sister, Rita Sappho, says Kate struggled with bipolar disorder and used alcohol to cope. In a biting email to Inside Edition, the sister writes, I have been threatened today by family members for speaking the sad truth. Katie's truth must be told, and will be.
Wow, that's great. I'm just like... I'm amazed because Kate Spade had a red scarf on that she hung herself with, and her husband was wearing a red scarf with that rat mask. Doesn't a rat imply that if he says anything, he'd be a rat? So wear the mask, we sent you, or, might happen to you kind of thing? I'm a little worried that that's a mob statement, something made to him. Now, the one link between Anthony Bourdain, again, and Kate Spade is Hillary Rodham Clinton. That's a strange connection. And let's not forget the fact that Kate Spade was a big donor to the Clinton Foundation, especially right before the Clinton Foundation became involved in the Haitian scandal that was never investigated by Trump because he doesn't seem to want to prosecute anything regarding Hillary. Interesting. And then you got the Shermans. Big pharma, generic pharmaceutical company, making $3.5 billion. The couple died. And they were major contributors. Barry and Honey Sherman were major contributors to the Clinton Foundation from an outside Canadian source, like a super PAC. What we know about Barry and Honey Sherman murders, they both died in their bathtub.
A grim anniversary today. It has been 1 year since the bodies of Barry and Honey Sherman were discovered in their upscale Toronto home. We still don't know who murdered the billionaire and his wife. Today, family, friends, and associates were remembering the influential couple. CTV's Nick Dixon reports.
A lone bouquet of flowers with rest in peace and a red heart drawn on it lays outside Barry and Honey Sherman's Toronto mansion this afternoon. It's a stark contrast from the scene exactly 1 year ago, where several bouquets were left behind crime scene tape as police combed through the home. Former homicide detective Steve Ryan says investigators are still working behind the scenes, but won't go public until they have evidence.
You could have suspects, and it might take you months to prove that they did it.
There's nothing. They haven't found anybody. These two were killed in their home and hung from their swimming pool. Somehow they hung him from him. So, David Donald, Venezuela war. Okay.
President Trump has said that Russia needs to get out of Venezuela, warning all U.S. options are on the table. The threat comes after around 100 Russian troops touched down in Caracas on Saturday, a move called an unnecessary provocation by Washington.
Russia has to get out. We'll see. All options are open. Just so you understand, all options are open.
Okay, so if Russia controls Donald Trump, and you go with that idea, why would Russia be, encouraging Donald Trump to start a war with him in Venezuela? That's a very good question. Because the people that control Donald Trump also control Vladimir Putin. I don't have a tweet of the HRC Bourdain tweet, but you can look it up. It's out there. Yeah. Office Depot rigged PC malware scans to sell unneeded $300 tech support. Are you serious? Wow. Apparently Office Depot is looking for any way to make money they can. Holy moly. Office Depot and its software supplier have to pay $35 million toward refunds. Wow. They had been rigging with a partner company, tricking customers into buying unneeded tech support by offering PC scans that give fake results. Huh. Okay. So Office Depot in on the scam of tricking people into computer software scams. Yeah. Is that real? Oh, is that a real story? Oh, it's an April Fool's story? Uh-oh. April Fools. No, that really is happening. We got a link to it. Yeah. A drive through the 1940s Los Angeles. That looks like fun. I'll play that tonight from the archive. Wow, that's cool. Oh man, that's a great, cool. Oh, I'm gonna love this. This is before my time. Yeah, right on. Thanks for the link. That'll work for later on tonight, for sure. Oh yeah, Electric Paisley. So anyway, Anthony Bourdain lost $14 million in net worth, went down to 1.5. Kate Spade was involved in donating to the Clinton Foundation, and so were the Shermans when they died. They were involved in big donations to the Clinton Foundation. So something's not right about this. These things tie together too unnaturally. It may be that we're looking at, instead of 136 people on the Clinton death count, we may have to add Anthony Bourdain and Kate Spade and Barry Sherman, just for investigation. Or Honey Sherman and her husband. Yeah, you're in the false flag zone. You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension of both sight and sound, of both things and ideas. You've just crossed over the false flag zone. We could talk about false flags till the cows come home tonight. We got them. There you go. The countless Clinton deaths. I know, Prepper. We might as well call it 140. Let's raise the number. And by the way, the lady that came up with the Clinton death count and the Clinton body count number, and when you Google that, it disappears. It's like 4 pages back now. They're trying to get rid of it. That lady, she died. She's added to the Clinton death count too. They killed her too, or allegedly killed her. Somebody did. And I'm not saying the Clintons did this. I'm just saying this whole thing is just too weird. Yeah. Very strange. You miss Rod Serling's classic Twilight Zone, still popular. I never said Sandy Hook was, yeah. What I said was there are many questions. Adding to the false flag issue is what we're talking about. When you look at all these events and it raises the question of, is this a false flag? Yeah, then you cross the barrier into wondering, well, is Sandy Hook a false flag? It's the questioning area. That's what I've always been in the questioning area. That's why I'm promoting a concept called Media Verification Alliance. I talked to you about it. Yeah, we've got a lot of false flag images that are just, they don't add up. Like this girl, she looks a lot like the woman at Parkland that just recently suicided. Yeah, this woman. Yeah, and I could go to the Parkland suicides. She was the one that was standing right next to Nicholas Cruz. And I have questions about that, just like I have questions about Sandy Hook. Yeah, we all do. That's what the whole internet's about. It's not making it. I never stipulated for a fact that this is a false flag. We have questions. And now 2 people are dead. One man who got a lot of money, was a neuroscientist, looked like an honest guy, suicided. And this girl who looks strangely like the woman in this picture, who was the witness to Nicholas Cruz, she stood right next to him. Her strangely killing herself just doesn't make any sense. This is just too weird. She was the one that saw Nicholas Cruz when the gunshots were going off and stood right next to him and smiled, and the face you make when 17-year... Well, she really was just talking about a real story. She may have been legit. And now she's dead. Isn't that a little suspicious to you? And this guy, who was a brain scientist who did a lot of research on human violence and brain activity, had dedicated his life to the study of human violence, conveniently gone, dead. No, I'm afraid their eyes are very close. Yeah, very close. Dave, I will never be taken to court for discussing questions about things that I have perfectly good reason to wonder about. We have the right to question anything in America. We have every right. That's what the false flag investigation really is about. So we created a campaign concept, which I'm now probably going to go public with a YouTube channel, called the Media Verification Alliance. And the MVA will dedicate itself to just questioning all these events, because like the situation with Sandy Hook, it turned out that school was slated for closing 2 years prior, and that doesn't make any sense or jive with the story that was presented. The video footage that was presented with Sandy Hook of the school itself, after the fact, the redacted footage, and they've destroyed this whole school, by the way. You can't even go there to see if there was an asbestos problem or not, but the redacted video footage showed the clearing of that whole area with the videotape at all the angles, and there were no kids coming out of that school. No one was evacuated. There's hard issues that have to be sorted out. They just don't jive with the state police, the Connecticut State Police's version, which is in the redacted report. And there's another thing about the Sandy Hook story that's kind of weird that I have questions about, and that is, how come there's no blood evidence at all in any of the redacted footage that was presented 11 months after the effect? Not one stitch of blood except outside of the car, which, by the way, does not match Adam Lance's car. The license plate is different. So all these questions will be sorted out with our Media Verification Alliance. That's what I'm putting together. I'm not going to sit back and ignore false flaggery when I see it. And nor am I'm trying to, in any way prove to you emphatically that these are false flags. I've never made that statement. Theoretically, I could be a better Alex Jones if he were to ask for a replacement because he was getting too fat and ugly.
There's a statue of me in Raleigh, by the way.
I believe. Yeah, I believe that.
It's an internal torch lighting my cigarette.
That was him back in the old days. Alex Jones was played. His new persona is Bill Hicks. Yeah, he is Bill Hicks, really. Bill Hicks faked his death, and that's not illegal, by the way. As long as you don't have any outstanding debts. Apparently he didn't. Maybe that's why T. Rucker came back, because I described it as faking your death is not illegal unless you're getting out of some obligations. In the case of being charged with doxing and extradited to the United States, you can't get out of that, man. Even if you're dead, we're still going to look you up. I mean, you're not getting out of anything. And faking your death isn't going to work. I'm looking for the Alex Jones video. If there is a secret cabal of people that are running our country, if you will, they would execute these events in order to make us frightened of what's going to come. And they'd want us to get rid of our weapons. Now, the biggest argument behind this is that the false flag events that are happening or not happening, depending whether you believe it or not, these false flag events are actually predictors of attempts to create gun control legislation. In fact, right after Sandy Hook, if you don't recall, Dianne Feinstein presented an entire volume of gun control legislation literally within hours of the Sandy Hook event. She presented it on the desk for people to vote for. It didn't pass, thankfully, but it was right there, right, almost on cue to present to the American people. No, T. Rucker is still alive. He did a show yesterday or a couple days ago. We've always said, and Scissor Fight's been right all along, that T. Rucker was never dead. This is the third time he faked his death. Wow. There's things going on in Sweden. Peter of Sweden has posted something. We don't hear about it in the mainstream media. Last night, 2 people were taken to a hospital after their villa was bombed in a peaceful neighborhood in Sweden. A massive explosion completely destroying the balcony of their house. Still nothing in the international media about this. So they're lucky to be alive if they survived a bombing attack, but the media doesn't talk about that. Thanks, Peter. People say that Agent Mark Dice looks a lot like River Phoenix. I'm sorry. I don't believe that for a second. But I am starting to believe that Jim Morrison could be looking a lot like Rush Limbaugh. I didn't believe it at first. There's a conspiracy theory out there that Jim Morrison looks like or is Rush Limbaugh. And I'm becoming more and more inclined to believe it's possible, and I'll tell you why. Jim Morrison's death was very shrouded in mystery. His father was the commander of the vessel that was allegedly attacked at the start of the Vietnam War. Commander Morrison was his father. we're finding out a lot of the people that were in the 60s, like the Byrds and others, Jim Morrison of the Doors, a lot of these people were family members of military top brass. It's very suspicious. And this story that Jim Morrison may in fact be Rush Limbaugh is beginning to sound a little bit more realistic to me. I'm morphing into the possibility that this could be a true thing. They're fairly bizarre. George Stephen Morrison, January 7th, 1919, born, was the United States Navy Rear Admiral, right? So his dad was a military man involved with an incident that further led us into Vietnam, and he was an icon in the rock and roll hippie anti-war crowd. Yeah, so they play both sides against the middle. They implant people in music groups, and the coincidence here is a little bit too weird. Let's see if we've got a story here that'll lead anywhere.
Hello, my name is Michael Parker, and welcome to Antidote, the show that introduces you to the people that you need to know and the stories you need to hear in the 21st century. Today we're speaking with Los Angeles-based author Dave McGowan. Dave, your book, Weird Seeds Inside the Canyon.
Yeah, this is a good video. I'll play it later tonight. It's about the Laurel Canyon area, and that's where the Byrds first started. And a lot of these people didn't realize this, but there was an actual CIA outpost in Laurel Canyon, California, which really had a studio that was top-notch and was one of the reasons why recording music and hippie music started so rapidly and took off like a craze across the country. And many people believe it could even trace the roots of the Beatles back to the Tavistock Institute. And the Tavistock Institute was involved in the formation of propaganda in America, controlling our minds, making us think certain things. And what they did with the Tavistock, essentially, they started in Frankfurt and they went to Hamburg and they were meeting these guys that were seasoned musicians from England, and they put them together and they called them the Beatles after the scarab beetle, which is indicative in certain Egyptian beliefs. So, yeah, play it all you want, man. I'm a strong supporter of homeless people getting help. I got to tell you, Max Headroom was built off of the people that created Max Headroom, and I cannot prove this, really believe that actually I knew people that knew people who created the Max Headroom actual film, and I used to say, hey, you know, this guy resembles me a lot. He seems to talk like me in ways that I can't even describe. Because I had done an entire, a stage performance at the Comedy Store for Amateur Night about a year and a half before Max Headroom was started. And my routine was duplicate of what Max Headroom was all about. And I used to say to my friends, you know, what do you think? Why is this guy so much like me? And he said, no, Dave, you are Max Headroom. They created you after seeing your show. That's all they would say. They said you are Max Headroom.
What you talked to me about the other day was the Beatles. Well, the Beatles were the creation of the Tavistock Institute. And you know, you have to go back to your college days on the writings of Aristotle. And I made a note this morning before I came on this program of what he said about music and its influence on politics. He said, emotions of any kind are produced by melody and rhythm. Therefore, by music, a man becomes accustomed to feeling the right emotions. Music has the power to form character, and the various kinds of music based on the various modes may be distinguished by their effect on character. One example, working in the direction of melancholy, another in the direction of femininity, one encouragement, abandonment, another self-control, another enthusiasm, and so on through the series. And what I discovered was that the actual Tavistock Institute took this theme, and they said, we are going to put this into practice. And well before Theo Adorno, who was the creator of the Beatles, arrived in England, he was already well known to Tavistock. And he was offered a facility at Scotland's at Gordonstoun School, where the royalty were educated. And as soon as he landed he had to flee Germany because he's tinkering with the minds of children through music. And he was known as the Karl Marx of music, and his theoretical music of composing music was adapted from another musical radical, a guy called Alban Berg, who had challenged the tonality of contemporary traditional music sounds.
Anyway, the manipulation of the mind through music, as described by this man and the psychologists that were working for the Tavistock from 1946 on, which is when it was formed right after the Nazis were broken up. Max Headroom is a guy who was popular in the 80s. No, I don't want royalties. There's no connection. I can't even verify their idea came from me, but I can tell you it was very strange. They used to tell me, you are Max Headroom. Yeah. Now, Max Egan is proving to be deep state, supporting, of course, the traditional view of gun violence that New Zealand is pushing. How they take away guns in 5 days after they put on a fake video that clearly has all the earmarks of fakery is beyond me. But Max Egan is proving to be a complete shill for the gun control supporters, and I'm glad I outed him when I did. Thank you. Here he is.
I don't care how many times Max Egan tells me what to think. I don't think those bodies in the mosque were real bodies. Many of them were not. They were mannequins according to my eyes. Doesn't matter what he insists on us all agreeing on in unity, which is bullshit when you don't even like the person that you are insisting upon unity with. You don't want to unite with faulty cogs.
Okay, apparently this is just her talking about Max Egan, which is kind of cool. I'm all for that. Thank you. All right, man. Somebody said, David, are you a stay-at-home husband? No, I'm an evolved ascetic futurist. I live in a very minimalistic way. I don't know if any of you realize that I'm one of the few people that can truly claim I'm anti-materialistic. Yeah. I know the Max Headroom character came from a couple of guys that put the idea together. They might have been in the audience the day I did it. There were 150 people, top Hollywood brass, in the audience that day. So, and I got a standing ovation. The guy I did it with, I had a stand-up, kind of like a Jerry Lewis and Dean Martin kind of shtick going on, where I was Jerry Lewis. But the guy I did it with thought he was so funny because it was a roaring, just a standing ovation. It was great. I couldn't believe it. And then the guy I was with went on to become a comedian and bombed terribly. So it's a little bit a side note to note that comedy's not easy. And I don't really do comedy. I do humor. I'm a humorist. Whereas comedy, stand-up comedy, I do sit-down humor, slightly different. Easier on the hemorrhoids. Not to say that I have hemorrhoids, which I don't. Yeah, Egan is the name of a city also. Satire? I don't know. Max might be a complete shill for the New World Order. I don't know. But pushing the idea of gun control so quickly on the New Zealand people was really suspicious. And we saw the video. Now, I had a video taken down off YouTube a couple days ago. Completely shut down. Partly because we had a person in our room that was so extremely angry for being banned that she couldn't stop with her anger, and she did a complete file of complaint about our show. But they pulled the video because it had 7 seconds proving that the guy entering the building dropped his magazine. I mean, it was beyond proof. He had dropped his magazine prior because when he was entering into the building, the magazine was laying down ahead of him. So they must have had like a rehearsal. For real. And that video is in and of itself proof of fakery in that entire event. We have other proof too, the shell casings that disappear into thin air, obviously CGI'd. Nope. There was no gay sex in that video. No. I know because I watched the video while I do the show. A chatter. There was a person in our show who used to change her colostomy bag and complain about it in the show. I'm not going to name names, but you can figure it out from there. Yeah, we had to ban her from the show because she was saying horrible things about me, like I wasn't a legitimate candidate. We're still in the process of filing for 2020. I've been in every single election since 2008. Yeah, we file every single cycle. And we even do our quarterly reports for David John Sponheim, campaign to elect David John Sponheim, which is on the FEC. And that was a problem for her to do that after all this over a year. We let her come into the show and talk about how she has to go change her colostomy bag. I mean, that's pretty sad. I'm not mentioning names. No. Yeah, there's no Twitter account under Sarah's name at all. And we're making the necessary moves to make that, official. Yeah, we're not liking the fact that Twitter is allowing that. But yeah, back in 2008, I ran a campaign against Barack Obama. I did 500 hours straight, 50 days at 10 hours a day.
Hi, good morning. As you can see, I'm still wearing the shirt I wore last night and yesterday at Blog TV. It's exhilarating to do Blog TV. We've been having an incredible time. This is in fact day 54. I thought yesterday was day 54, but we did a recount. And we determined that today is day 54 as we approach the election. And as your potential write-in candidate, David John Sponheim, I'm here to show you my hybrid electric vehicle.
Now that same hybrid that was 10 years ago. That same hybrid is still out there, and I love it. It's been a great car. It's in mint condition. I'm still the same person. My voice is actually a little deeper, but I haven't really rigged the microphone to sound as deep as this voice. But I can. That's not a problem. Yeah, I can actually lower my voice and tonality with the new mixer that I have not hooked up yet. So, it was morning and I was really tired. Like I said, I was doing 50 straight days, 10 hours a day, talking to people. Yes, True Blue. Apparently I got younger because the fruit spray is working great, maintaining freshness so that my frubber doesn't dry out. Anything this old that's been driven, I call it near mint condition, but I'm not selling it on eBay and I'm not violating their terms of service. Okay? The world does not revolve around eBay and Google. They can't rule on what free speech is, dude. If YouTube wants to knock people off, that's their choice. They will be answering to it later when I become president. I'm not going to let that go slide. All these YouTube accounts that are being kicked out, I'll probably have restored. I actually would like to, as president, restore every YouTube account that's ever been kicked off of the net, except for people using obscenity, violence, and images of murder. Of course, a lot of people use obscenity in almost every single show that they do. I don't. Yeah, I go with near mint condition if that's okay with you. Thanks. R.I.P. Nipsey Hussle, everybody. There have been a few people injured in L.A. at the rally. It's not good. Did the Illuminati take him out because he was about ready to expose the underbelly of corruption and the holistic deaths that have died? People have died. Is that why they took him out? Because he was about ready to do a video that would blow the whole off of the truth about curing cancer? You got to wonder. Did we lose chat, or are you just completely frozen? I don't think Joe Biden would legalize pedophilia. You got to understand, Joe Biden is a guy who would never ever say that he did anything bad or untoward. Creepy Joe could turn and morph into friendly Joe. He could actually get a really good stylist to remold his character into a guy that just likes to touch people. He's a touchy-feely guy. It's like, hi, everybody. I'm thinking that might be the best way for him to do it. If I were doing damage control for Joe Biden's career and he were to choose me as his VP, I'd characterize this as a terrible situation of a ridiculous misunderstanding, except for that video regarding the 13-year-old girl that made him horny. That's a little over the top. And then I want to know about the film about Ashley, his daughter, if you don't mind. That's also in the video, and that hasn't even hit the mainstream media. All right. If Joe Biden grabbed my butt, I would immediately impose Me Too restrictions on his activity. And I would grab my video camera from my cell phone and start taking pictures of him, snap him, and I'd send them on the internet right away, showing his behavior. In fact, I'm developing a technology that will actually videotape everything around me. So I'll be wearing kind of like a halo around my head. We'll have cameras all around it that'll hover over my head. Isn't that a wonderful concept? Don't patent the idea. It's called the Halo camera, Halo Cam. It will photograph every single thing around me, including the area at 360 degrees, so you'll be able to see me in 360 degrees whenever I am. I hope that the White House meetings will have 3D displays so that all of you who want to see me will see me and my surroundings in a virtual reality experience. That's what I'd like. So, looking at the game Halo, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about an actual Halo GIF, transparency. Not the Halo game. Boy, we really got a long way from the word Halo. Searching. I am 3,000 entries down and I still don't see a halo. Finally. There it is. Glowing halo. The halo technology in animated GIFs. Hold please. Wow, you got a lot of talk over there at iBlog. You guys are overdoing it. You may want to cut back a little bit because communication, you wear your brain out when you talk, you know, and chat. It's actually using electronic activity in your brain, and you may not want to do that. Check Halo. Checking Halo. Halloween. Halo. Hello. Halo. There you go. So it has a halo effect. It goes right over your head like this. And then what it will do is it'll hover above my head with video cameras facing down, and I will have the full spectrum of my entire background. Who are you? You are not allowed here. You have been reduced to muted. I would like to talk about the White House buffet and vape lounge. I really would, but that's something of another show's, you know? You're kind of obsessed with the show, don't you think? Sorry, my halo is moving. So wherever I go, my halo follows me, see? Pivoting my head, my halo goes front, forward, backward. Okay, now let's put the halo behind my head. See? I told you it works. 7 to 4 every day since 2012. Wow, you're going on 7 years of nonstop watching the shows. You know, you are a dedicated viewer. David, what would you do if Joe Biden whipped out his beep beep, started shaking it at you and Sarah? I would, again, my halo cam would be induced, and the actual photograph of him doing that would go live stream on the internet in real time. I will be developing this halo hat, which will be Sarah and I can both wear halos. We'll be able to videotape everything around. We'll have about 5 cameras on these hats. I am patent pending. Halo Cam has not been, in fact, do not try to get Halo Cam. Please. No. No, please don't. Thank you. Is this satire? No, are you satire? We're going to find the actual name for halocam.com. Hang on. Find your domain. halocam.com. I'm sorry, this domain is not available. See, told you. They already own it. Deet. Let's go to halocom.com. I am the new voice for Alexa. It's been recently parodied online. I have seen the video called Creepy Joe. Halo, branded solutions, Halo recognition, Halo, shop products. Branded recognition. It's kind of a website you go shopping at. It's nothing special for me. Okay, thank you. Check this out. San Francisco. Cal Lawrence Livermore scientists create a 3D printer with potential ability to print life itself. You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension of both sight and sound, of both things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the wonderful land of your
Researchers
imagination.
at Cal and Lawrence Livermore Lab have created a new kind of 3D printer.
KPI X5's John Ramos shows us not only can it produce everyday objects, it could one day be capable of manufacturing life itself.
In this building at UC Berkeley, scientists are demonstrating something that even to them feels a little bit like magic. Normal 3D printers work by melting thin layers of plastic to create solid objects, but it's hard to get intricate designs to hold their form. But design engineers at Cal and Lawrence Livermore Lab got the idea of making 3D objects the way a CT scan creates a 3D image by hitting a patient with X-rays from many different directions.
So we thought, well, let's reverse that process to create objects rather than imaging them, except we do it with light instead of with X-rays.
It's called volumetric printing. Rotating images of an object are beamed through a conventional video projector. The light is focused on a slowly rotating cylinder of gooey resin containing plastic molecules with a light-sensitive activator. As light accumulates in desired areas, the gel begins to harden, and in about 30 seconds, a solid 3D object is created, not in layers, but all at once.
In this one, you see something emerging out of nowhere. It's really magical. It is fun to watch.
Right now, the objects are rudimentary, but the technique opens a world of possibilities. It can create objects inside of other objects, or in this case, a handle around a metal screwdriver. But they're even imagining ways to use volumetric printing to arrange human cells into living organs, such as livers or kidneys.
I think it might happen in the next decade, so we might actually see a functional organ ready to be implanted or transplanted. Yep.
In the next decade?
Yeah, I believe so.
Print me a kidney. Print me an organ. That'll be fun. I can't wait to have my first printed kidney. Yeah, I think, for all of you alcoholics, printed liver would be really good. What do you mean, alcoholic? Yeah. Some of you guys are losing your liver and you don't know it. Alcohol destroys your liver without telling you because there's no nerve endings in the liver. You have no idea your liver is unable to work until it actually is unable to work, and then you die 5 weeks later. You could have 2 new eyes, Morpheus. You can see Neo, Morpheus. You can see that Neo is alive. Morpheus, have you been in touch with Zion? Mr. Anderson, it seems we have Morpheus in the room. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson. So what do you want to talk about tonight? I mean, we got conspiracies up the yin-yang. Problem is the show's over. Sorry. I'm sorry, the time excluded to talk about conspiracies is over. Good night, Prepper. Thanks for coming in. It's been fun talking about the Zionists and the false flag questions we all have. Absolutely. We should all ask ourselves, where's the proof? And with limited proof, with a lot of these events, I'm not saying which one is a false flag or not. We're still dealing with an infinite universe of potential lies and deceit being used to drive our country into the gun control arena. We're being herded like animals to be believed that somehow we need to get rid of our guns. Ugh. Well, thanks to my Halo Cam, I have full coverage. Thank you. I better make that so it has an effect, so it kind of fades in and out. You are my base. That's right, guys. You are the viewers of this show, which I appreciate. You are the base of people out there watching the show, talking about a third party, and that is super special. And I know a lot of people in Europe who can't get at third party because you won't get into our show on Twitter. You can go to our website And there's other links you can click on to see video casting live opportunities. One of them is iVlog. And we're urging people to go into the iVlog show because that's a growing media that I think has a lot of potential. There you go. Well, let's be clear. iVlog.tv/user/America's Third Party. You can get to the link by going here and clicking on video casting sites, the button. Goldfinger. The leading starlet of Goldfinger has passed away at the age of 77. Oh, no, those are halos, not devils. No, Halo. You got me mixed up for Donald Trump. Goldfinger. Tanya Mallet dead at age 77. Oh, what a beauty. Oh my gosh. You have been removed from the show permanently. One of the original Bond girls and Helen Mirren's cousin has died. Confirmed by the official 007 Twitter account Sunday, which broke the news by writing, "We are very sorry to hear that Tanya Mallet, who played Tilly Masterson in Goldfinger, has passed away. Our thoughts are with her family and friends at this sad time." Goldfinger. Oh man, that's sad. Tanya Mallet passed away. We don't have any pictures of her later in life, but we got the car chase from Goldfinger. Unfortunately, we cannot play this on the recorded broadcast. Beep. We hereby are in total compliance. I'll play it later. All right, everybody. This is something else, I'll tell you, this daily event. Tomorrow is Truth Tuesday, and we'll be bringing you that. We'll bring you that tomorrow. Russia must get out of Venezuela. All options on the table, Trump has announced. Trump's going to get tough with Venezuela. Are they planning a conventional war between Venezuela and with our government, U.S. and Russia? I mean, is that what the elitists really want? That would be kind of bad if that's you don't know if that's what the elitists want. We don't know. Ours is not to ask questions. Ours is but to build a political movement to challenge these people in court. Thank you. And thanks for being a part of our show. Take care.